Summer engagement week. We are almost at the end of our 6 day schedule. I have been very, very happy to be hosting this for the last 4 days. I've been very, very grateful to all of you for sending in your messages saying that you are enjoying the workshops and you are having a good time and you are learning so much. Thank you so much. It makes me and my team very, very happy to know that our work is contributing to students and counselors to better understand what we offer at OP Jindal Global University. I am also very honored and grateful to our faculty members who have been taking time out from their busy schedules to conduct this sessions for you guys. I hope you find today's days also very useful. We have two very, very good schools at OP Jindal Global University presenting today. The first half of the day, you will listen in from faculty members from our Jindal School of Art and Architecture. And the final session of the day, which will start at 1:30, you will hear from faculty members from Jindal School of Environment and Sustainability. So it's a packed day, similar to last 4 days. You have to be here till 2:15 to be eligible for the certificates that we will be giving at the end of this 6 day workshops. So I hope you had a nice breakfast. You are comfortably seated in front of your laptops, mobile phones, or screens, whichever tool that you use to log into this workshop. And I hope you have a wonderful day ahead. To start the workshop, today we have a workshop by Dr. Alokparna Sen Gupta. She would be talking about design and the city, a mapping workshop. The workshop is for 2 hours. It will go up to 12 p.m. And then we have a break of 30 minutes between 12 to 12:30. And then we resume with another session from the Jindal School of Art and Architecture. So that's about it. Over to you, Dr. Alokparna Sen Gupta. Good morning and welcome to the Summer Engagement Week.
Thank you, Ankur, and thank you everybody who is managing this summer workshop, through the IT people and also other faculty members who are, coordinating this. I mean, I am very fond of the summer school programs that we do in JGU, and have been part of the summer school for the last 3-4 years, actually. Of course, though most of them were offline. So is to look forward to spending a day with students from various schools who had come to stay for a week in the campus, right? And do a lot of fun activities, art activities. We have done murals, we have done graffitis, a lot of things we have done. So I'm very happy to be back here, even though this time it is online, right? But still, I'm sure that we will be able to do some activities which would, make us really feel good about the fact that we are here and we are here to learn and do something interesting, right? So good morning, everyone. I am, as Ankur already presented, I'm Alok Parna, and I am a faculty and associate professor in the Jindal School of Art and Architecture. So in our school, we look at various types of work. So we think about cities, we think about homes, we think about architecture. So there are a lot of these, confluences, I would say, which connect, which link. We think about all this. So what are we going to do today? Right. So the question here is that, I mean, of course, the topic that you have been given is, you can't hear me, Sanjali? Can the others hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Now you're audible.
Okay. So should I keep my mic in front, or is this also okay, or this is better?
This is better, but then will you be able to hold this for 2 hours?
No, but okay. Let's see if the students can hear. So as long as I can, but I'll speak a little bit louder.
Thank you, ma'am.
Right. So the topic that we have been given today is to think about design and the city through an exercise of mapping, right? So when we think about maps, the first thing that comes to our mind for many of us is Google Maps, right? Because we have been looking at Google Maps, we have been using Google Maps. Most of us have smartphones. We use Google Maps to navigate, right? So it helps us to go from one place to another for directions, right? So many other things. So yeah, so that it's a great answer, Bhumika, that you're saying that it's also used for topography. So can some of you also tell me what are the various uses of Google Maps? How do you use Google Maps in your life? Shailendra, can they unmute and speak, or they have to message?
They can type the answer in the chat box, ma'am. In case if they want to speak, they have to raise their hand. We'll unmute them.
Ah, okay, okay, fine. So let me go through the chat box also. Right, yes, navigation to pinpoint exact location. Yes, navigation.
Ma'am, when we are traveling, it helps us to indicate where we have to go, which we have to take the direction to go to reach our point.
Yes,
It
yes,
also helps us to travel to unknown places, detect the
unknown
places where they
places.
lie.
Okay. So that is very interesting, Nilay, and who was the other person who just spoke right now? uh, Harshit, I think. So one of you said that it is used for going to places, and one of you said that it is used for going to unknown places, right? So so it is very interesting to think about a map in that sense, that some places are known and some places are partially known, a little bit known, more or less we know about it, and some places are also maybe very well known, but still we use Google Maps for all of these activities. And what all of you are telling me here in the chat, that I'm seeing most of you, is that more or less the answers are about going from one place to another, right? So it is about direction, it is about understanding traffic, it is about understanding which is a faster route, right? So all of these things. Now, how many of you use Google Maps while walking? How many of you use Google Maps while cycling? Or do you use Google Maps mostly when you are driving?
While driving,
And
Okay,
driver.
okay. Mostly cycling, somebody
and
said. Very
sometimes
good.
while cycling, when we
Ma'am,
go
once
out
I
for
used to
a
walking
trip
even.
or something like that with our friends, and we need to find a place.
Okay, driving to check distance, know the direction. Yes. So great. So this is very also again a very interesting finding that I'm seeing in the chat boxes, and also what you are saying is that most of you are using Google Maps while driving. So, what about if a map is for finding ways, is if a map is for information, right? At the end of the day, what is a map? A map is simply layers and layers of information, right? So we have information about streets, we have information about buildings, we have information about public spaces, like monuments or parks. So these are all layers and layers of information which has been put together, and that becomes a map. But if Google Maps is mostly used by all of us while we are driving, then what about people who are walking? How do they find ways? What kind of reference do they have for small distances? Yes, Lakshita, very good. For what? So how do
Ma'am,
we,
for
navigate?
small distances, we actually ask the people nearby for the places instead of seeing the Google Maps.
Yes, that's again a very good
Ma'am, they
answer.
can if someone wants to find a shop and it is nearby, then they can search on Google Maps and then they can walk to the shop.
Okay, very good. So the first thing that we talked about was map, matlab Google Maps, right? Because that is something in our mind. But then immediately we also understood that Google Maps, matlab kya? Driving. So driving and Google Maps, they work very well. But if we are walking, because we are not driving all the time, we are also walking, we are also cycling, sometimes we are using buses. So then we are not using Google Maps. So what are we doing? We ask people around us. We look at landmarks that we know. Maybe there's a market, maybe there's a neighbor's house, maybe there is a rickshaw stand, maybe there are a few hawkers, sabji wala standing there, and we ask them also, right? And so this is also a map. The information that we are transferring, that we are talking and communicating about distances, about reaching a destination, by talking to people, who are on the road, who work around on the road, who, like the hawkers or the rickshawalas, or whose shops are around the road. So even that is a map. So why I'm telling you this, it's because I would like you to think a little bit that this, the Google map is a very strong image in our mind. So the first thing that we think about when we think about a map is a Google map. Even if it is not the first thing, but more or less second and third में तो वो आ ही जाता है, right? So, but that is a very one particular type of map. That is not all. That is used for something very specific. But there are also so many other things. Yes, somebody is saying that the sideboards in roads, they also help us. So again, that is a very interesting, answer, because the city, with its sideboards, with its signages, with its street names, is also a map, because that is also giving us direction. The people are also maps. The city signboards are also maps, right? So we need to also acknowledge the presence of directions, the presence of being able to go from one place to another, even if our Google Maps are not with us, even if our phone has battery has run out, we can still find our way, right? So this is very important. So this is something that one needs to acknowledge, because in this way of, this method of finding ways or going from one place to another, let's say without the use of Google Maps, you are also thinking about other types of maps. You're thinking about paper maps, right? So, but sadly, not many of us are able to, go around the city with a paper map to think about where all we have to go. But paper maps inside the city, a paper map, where do we see paper maps inside the city? Like, what are we doing mostly when we use this kind of paper maps when we're in the city? In any city?
Ma'am, in the museums, zoos, parks, we see the big maps on the boards.
Okay. Yes, in museums, we see when we enter museums, when we enter amusement parks, right? When we, but yes, and somebody's talking about construction, right? Yes, but more or less it is tourism, right? As tourists, when we go to any city, when we go to our hotels or we go to certain, tourist attraction points, what we do there is that we are given this small brochure, we are given this, let's say, a small map, but that map has very particular information, which are the tourist spots. So let's say if we have a tourist map of Delhi, we will have the India Gate, we will have the Humayun's tomb, we will have the Qutub Minar, right? And we will have maybe a few more things. So we'll have some parks. So all of that, Pragati Maidan, all of those things will be there. But again, that paper map is giving us a very specific information. So to think about yourself as a person who is using Google Maps, or at some time as tourists have used this kind of brochure maps, but also as everyday citizens, as everyday normal citizens, people living in our neighborhoods, how we access direction, how we understand where we have to go, right? Through talking to people. That is also map. And that is the, let's say, a live map, because we are all part of that map. Constantly looking out for signs, constantly looking out for, let's say, noises, right? Certain kinds of sound. Sometimes we know that we are near a marketplace, or we are near, let's say, very famous halwai shop, a sweet shop, just by the smell, right? So the city also has the aspect of the senses. So which is your smell, your sight, your sound, right? So sometimes you know that you are nearing a mithai shop or you are nearing a fish market. You don't have to ask for directions, because just the fact that you are near there, you will smell the aroma of food, or let's say the pungent smell of fish, of raw fish, right? So that is also map making. So that is also part of the information. This is it's a very organic kind of map making, right? Because this information is within you, is in your head. You're constantly processing it as a person who is walking around, as a person who is talking to people around, कि कहाँ जाना है, कहाँ कैसे जाना है, इधर से आगे कहाँ से जाओ. Because you ask these things to people. So then why not think about that also as a map, right? So now this brings me to the next part of this talk, and here I would like to now take you to something a little bit more specific, and I'm going to share a small experience. I know this thing that I had in my class this semester, when I was asking some of my students that how do human beings move? You know, it's a very simple, basic question. How do human beings move? So, can some of you answer? How do human beings move? Walking, yes. Muscles, we use our muscles. Legs, yes. How do we move? How else do we move? Cars, yes. Buses, running, transport, very good. Cycle, brain. Okay, so Lakshita, so I'm just going to stop here a little bit, and I'm going to, just look at what Lakshita has said. And she is asking this question, brains. Is it brains? Do we move with our brains? So this is very interesting, because in my class also, all of these answers were there. You know, walking, buses, cycle, plane, crawling, moving in our sleep, and all of that. Then there is somebody also said that, ma'am, do we move with our minds? Do we move with our minds? So this is a very, I think it's a very interesting question. Do we move with our minds? Of course we do. And this has also become very, very important nowadays, that we are sitting in our houses. We can't go out. We can't do all those fun things that we used to do, right? So how do we move with our mind? We move with our mind by accessing memory, you know. So this is what nostalgia comes in. So we are nostalgic about our city, right? So how are we nostalgic about the city? What are the things that we miss doing the most now that we are all inside our houses? What are the things that we miss doing when we go out in the city with our friends, with our family? Can you give me some answers there? Playing out, yes. Eating puchka, very good. I also miss that a lot. Get-togethers, not wearing masks, yes. Traveling, doing something fun, very good. Picnic, yes. We have forgotten what it is to sit in a park in the sunshine, in the sun. School, we imagine to go out with friends, enjoying with friends, very good, right? The street food in cities like mine, Varanasi, yes. Street food, yes. So we all miss, a lot of us, we miss street food. A lot of us miss watching movies together with our friends after our exams are over, right? Matar kulche, yeah, very nice. So now look at these things that all of you are saying, and think about, stop here for a minute, stop here for a minute and think about the first discussion we had about Google Map. Does Google Map show all of these things that we are missing so much in our life nowadays?
No.
It doesn't, right? So Google Map is very, very reduced, very specific. इधर से उधर जाना है, traffic दिखा दिया. It's very boring, right? But what has become so important for us now is that we miss doing the small things which are a very, very strong part of our streets, right? In all the Indian cities, what we love about our streets is being connected to people, seeing how lively our streets are. We want to go out and have matar kulche. I used to love going to the Hoskas metro station. There is this burger wala there who's very old, who's been there for a very long time. But I didn't used to go to Hoskas metro station to go into the metro, but I used to go there to have the burger patty, aloo patty and burger, right? But all of that is gone, right? We are all sitting in the house with this online format. We are not able to have golgappa, right? We are not able to smell. We are not able to taste our city. So golgappa, the smell and the taste of golgappa in Calcutta is very different. In Mumbai is very different. In Delhi is very different. In Baroda is very different and has different names. But that says something about a city, no? Can we make a map? Can we make a map of our neighborhood where we have our favorite, where does the favorite golgappa wala stand? Where does our ice cream wala stand? Where is the fish market near our house? Is there a fish market near our house? What do we do in our neighborhood, in terms of hanging out? It's a very personal map. It's a very, very personal map. But this is what the street is. The street is our life beyond our home, right? So the moment we go out of our house, whether it was, we miss doing these activities, like let's say, hanging out with our friends in the neighborhood, or let's say going to the tuition, bunking school and going to the movies, right? Then let's say making more friends in the tuition, going and hanging out in the marketplace, going to, let's say, a chota sa golgappa wala, where we know that it's something of it, maybe it's a favorite of one or two friends of mine, and we will go and we'll have golgappa wala from a very specific person there. The streets are also the most dangerous part of our lives. I do not agree with that. Houses can be also very dangerous, right? Homes can be also very dangerous. So it's not this idea that the streets are dangerous. It's also a lot of hype, right? There's a lot of hype in it. But yes, I'm not saying that it is not. But again, coming back to this point, right? So our streets also contain this memories. It's very personal, right? Our streets contain a lot of memories of all the things that we have done, our neighborhoods, right? So maybe it is going and celebrating, a festival with our friends, or maybe somebody is, the neighbor has decided to set up a small pandal, that from with the cloth in front of the house, and have a small party there. Maybe there's a mehendi, or maybe there is a lot of, so the life. So the streets have life, not only the buildings. And this life is not seen in Google Maps. This life is also worthy of mapping, right? So I would like to show you a small video here. It's a 10-minute video of how beautiful ordinary streets are, right? And then we will proceed. Yes, I also miss eating ice creams, right? So there is, Anushka is saying that she doesn't have electricity in the house. Okay, right. So anyway, I do miss having ice cream from that specific ice cream wala, right? We do that. So it also says a lot of things to us about the stories that our streets contain. So let's look at this video. Okay, so let's see this video together about what is the beauty of ordinary streets. So this street is not in India. This is in London, and this was done by a group of students there, but we can easily relate to it. I picked up this video in that sense that it's very easily relatable to the liveliness that our streets also are, Indian city streets are, right? So let's look at this video. Let me know if the sound, I mean, we did a check, but should be audible.
In its most primary form, the street is a line that connects people to places. Our Ordinary Streets project starts from this base of connection, exploring the dense intersections of global and city ties. Here is a convergence of diverse people, objects, and ideas. On a half-mile stretch of street in Peckham, South London, we find proprietors with over 20 different countries of origin, while behind the street, a hinterland of hipsters and artists shape additional creative cultures. Together, this cultural and economic diversity forms a crossover of expression and exchange. Streets like Rye Lane are ordinary in that they are encrusted edges of life and livelihood within less affluent, ethnically diverse parts of cities. Their commonplace atmosphere allows these streets to operate with an everyday logic, generating values that many people don't normally see.
Sorry, Dr. Alpana, can you increase the volume a little bit?
Streets adapt to urban change.
Yes, Akanksha, you're saying something?
Yeah, I was saying, can you increase the volume a little bit? The volume is a little low.
Oh, okay. Let me try just a minute.
We're interested in day-to-day processes of adaptation and whether, in its diverse composition, distinctive spaces and economies were emerging on Rye Lane. Many of the shops practice what we call urban mutualism. A single shop is subdivided into several smaller but compatible spaces.
Now, is it audible?
Yes, it's perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
These subdivisions emerge out of retail habits brought from streets and markets across the planet. The smallest units of space are taken up by those offering hair and nail services. Chairs are let out at between £50 to £80 per week, while mobile phone stores, frequently only as large as a table, command rental values per square metre that are amongst the highest in London. As a linear combination of small and large floor plates, Rye Lane functions as an urban stepping stone, providing flexible space with the capacity to grow and transform over time.
I came in here about more than 15 years ago, as I grew up in retail business from my family. But I found one place in Rye Lane, just opposite my shop now, as a small table, you can say 1 meter or 1.5 meter. So from that table, well, I started because that's the only thing I knew how to run. I worked long hours as well. That time I worked no holidays, 7 days a week, and it worked very well for me. As within, I think within 6 months or 8 months, I managed to ask the landlord to give me some more space, and I managed to have within 3 years the whole building.
In contrast to these incremental patterns of adaptation on Rye Lane, two external forces of change affect the transformation of the street. First is the impact of the global financial crisis, resonating across the city and translating into new forms of retail practices on Rye Lane, signalled by the emergence of bars, galleries, and a thriving nighttime economy. In parallel, planning authorities are engaged in a regeneration exercise incorporating Rye Lane and the Peckham Town Centre. The area is experiencing substantial increases in land values, and an array of speculators, politicians, planning and design professionals seek to intervene in the changing composition of the street. The street is a loose cohesion of spaces and actors, each part adapting to change. It intersects an array of creative practices, but their flexibility and diversity are not always legible to those driving regeneration. During accelerated periods of change, there are often significant gaps between measures of value and vocabularies of who counts or what matters. Change on the street is fast and is running ahead of large and unwieldy bureaucracies who are slow to respond.
I have dedicated myself because it's for a higher and a deeper and a wider cause than simply working on physical infrastructure in Peckham. It's because I passionately believe that the human race actually needs a different way of organising itself at neighbourhood level, which works differently with the policymakers. We need a different way of doing it. We've got a huge, dreadful disconnect between people in their ordinary lives and the people who take policy decisions in the professional, technical, managerial world.
In contested regeneration processes, platforms of civility arise on the street, and shared processes of learning and convening develop.
Trade Association, from that very beginning, I was wondering, where do we have any association around Peckham? Because we had no voice, no one could hear us. And since then, we managed to have this association. I invited everyone and I explained to them, look, this is very important. No one would hear us. If you have any problem, serious or small, no one will take care if we don't take care ourselves. There is a lady opposite McDonald. She's selling greeting cards. And in the whole year, the busiest days, 1 or 2 days before Christmas, the stall is belong to the council. They rented to that lady for about almost more than 10 years. Last year, they said to her that on the Sunday before Christmas, we will hire this place to one of the market holder. And even she emailed to the councillor. The councillor come back with the email, say that I cannot help you. We send one email to the council. One email was enough, and they came back to her and said, you can have your place. This is a small example of being together.
Ordinary streets are public spaces, still available to those who are increasingly excluded from the prestigious public realm. Within its everyday dimensions, the street provides space for economic, social, and cultural experimentation. This allows for dynamic and unpredictable processes of renewal, where existing spaces are enlivened with new ideas and overlapping practices.
So I'm an artist and a musician, and I'm both those things. Just the atmosphere in here was amazing. I saw this bar and was just like, it's like walking into a different era. I just like totally fell in love with it. And seeing live music here, it was like an awakening. It's like the potential's here for an orchestra is perfect. So I started coming here, drinking and hanging out. And when I was confident enough to kind of bring my idea for an orchestra in Peckham to life, I knew that here was where I'd want to do that. But also, I'd never conducted. So we were all in it together. We were all a bit like, what is this thing? What's going on? I was quite like nervous and open about the fact that I don't really know what I'm doing, but I'm just going to do my best. And it was enough.
Ordinary streets are spaces of contact, and contact refines our capacities to socialize, to experiment, and to participate. Recognizing the values of the street and engaging with the everyday voices integral to city making provides a view of diversity as crucial to urban vitality.
Right. Okay. So I hope you enjoyed this very short video, even though this is in London, this is not in any of the Indian cities. So now the question that I have here is that what did you understand or what did you pick up from this video about street life, you know, and you can relate that to our cities, your own neighborhood? It is connected by people. Very good answer, Himesh. Social gathering, yes. Our streets are also full of social gathering, right? We have functions, we have pujas, we have festivals, we have dharnas, protests, we have, let's say weddings. So our streets provide us with that space for social gathering, provides diversity, very, very important. So a street is such a space, you know, the street is also used for movement, right? So people go from one place to another. So it will be a container of diversity, right? Each street has its uniqueness. It's a happy place. Very nice answer. Different kinds of shop. So all of this, it's an inseparable part of our childhood. It's a very important answer, what Tashvi is saying, because all of us have grown up playing on the streets, right? So the question of safety is very important. Somebody had said, you know, before that streets are also very unsafe. It's a very important point because streets, playing in the gully, playing ghar ke samne raste pe khelna, right? We have all grown up doing that with our neighborhood friends. It's very, very important, right? It's inseparable part of our childhood memories. It's a very, very important point. Thank you. Who said this? I can't see the name, but yes, thank you. When whoever said this, right? It's a sense of a neighborhood, right? Very good, right? So every neighborhood is distinct. Sometimes Tashvi, okay. Thank you, Tashvi. So it's very distinct also because of the first point that some of you mentioned, one of you mentioned in terms of social gathering. So what is social gathering? It is nothing else than the word community. The street and the community is always very strongly interlinked, right? We know our neighbors, we chit chat with our neighbors, we know our hawkers who come around our houses and give us, we buy our things, sabji and many other things from them. And they have also become very important now during the pandemic that we are all sitting inside our houses, right? So so somebody saying most of our possessions come from these local markets and not malls. Why do you think most of our possessions come from these local markets and not malls? It's a very interesting point, Himesh. I would like others to also think about it and answer. Why do you think our possessions come from local markets and not malls? Economic feasibility, okay. Less costly, very good. The same point, because malls only deliver worldly things, very good point. Cause they are more accessible, cheapness, we are more frequently going to them easily. So yes, very good points, right? So what does that tell us? That we can go to the mall maybe using Google Maps in our car, right? We can go to the mall to buy maybe once in 2 weeks or maybe once a month. But it is the local, the grocery store, the local, the hawkers who we see every day. They're part of what we call the ordinary street, because we all, the neighborhood around us is the ordinary street. We don't live in malls, right? We don't have houses inside malls. That is somewhere to go. It's like an entertainment park. We can go there once in a while, but it is the local store also, because the proximity, access, so they are near to our houses. The mall maybe is further down, but maybe sometimes it is also near your house. Maybe it's in walking distance. But two things: one is the proximity of the local stores, the local everyday life around us, in terms of hawkers, in terms of shopkeepers, the grocery store, kirana store, stationery store, mithai ke dukan, all of those things, chota mota kuch, like small chemist, right? So all of those, and also in terms of what we need every day. We don't need every day, those things which are maybe available in the malls. What we need every day is rice and roti and atta and all of those things, right? It's also affordable. Very good point. Malls are located mostly in cities, of course. So what about people? So are we all assuming that everybody has a urban life? It's a very good point, Purvesh, that we are all not living in cities, in big cities. We live in peripheral cities. We live in small towns. Some of us live in this rural, urban, kind of in between areas, neighborhoods. So the ordinary street, the street around us, is also the city that needs to be mapped, and all of us are part of that mapping, right? Through our information, the information that we have in our mind, the information that others around us tell us, share with us. So this is a very, very important part of our lives, and this is also a very important part of wherever we live, the extended neighborhood, which is the city. It can be a small town, it can be, let's say, a rural, urban kind of a peripheral, neighborhood. So in all of this, the street, the ordinary street, the immediate street is always, always present. The mall is not, Google Maps is not. And this is also the map of information, of stories, of livelihoods, of smell, of taste, of street food, of bonds. Somebody's talking, Himesh is talking, ma'am, there is a bond between customers and retailers. Very, very important, right? So sometimes, Himesh, this is a very good point, because yes, at times we don't give money, right? We say that kala ke liye jana. Many houses, they will say that Thursday we will not give money, or let's say Tuesdays hum log paise nahi dete hain. Koi baat nahi, there is trust. So the audience, this is a very good point, Himesh, that and actually I missed out on it, and thank you for reminding this, bringing this up. The ordinary street is based on a lot of trust. It is lot of gossip also, right? So there's a lot of neighbors who will gossip around you, but it is also based on trust. When you are in, there is some problem or there is something that you don't have the information you need immediately, you can go to your neighbor and ask, right? So the basis of trust is very, very important, and we do have that in localities where we have been living for a very long time. So my mother was recently telling me that my parents, they will be moving to another house soon, and they have been, the house where they are living now, they have been there for 20 years. And she said that, maybe, yeah, we are moving to a better house, but I feel so, I feel a bit lost, that I'm going to live all these faces that I know around me, faces of neighbors who smile at me, sabji wala who knows me, who comes and gives me food, and I buy my stuff from him. So this notion of trust is very, very important, right? So our neighborhoods, the community, the social gathering, the trust all of this is a very big part of the kind of cities, the kind of neighborhoods that we live in, and the kind of communities that we ourselves make, right? And there is this very very important scholar, right? Her name is, she in the 1980s, an American lady, a journalist who wrote very 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 beautiful books about American cities. Her name is Jane Jacobs, you know. So if you want to find out about her, you want to read about her, do that. We actually read Jane Jacobs in our in my class, and there are some movies also on her in YouTube. You can search her up. She talks about trust. She talks about the fact that trust is very very important in the ordinary streets, and the ordinary streets, our neighborhoods, provide that already. Okay. So this brings me to a small exercise that I would like to now do with all of you, right? So we are all inside our house, but as somebody said that the street is also a very happy place. So create a neighborhood map. I will also write down the instruction in the chat. Create a neighborhood map from memory, only what you remember from memory. And in that map, put all the things that you love about your neighborhood. So it could be about your neighborhood. It could be about, let's say, your school. It could be about, let's say, where your tuition center is. So any place where you were going a lot, or you were frequenting a lot, or maybe the place, neighborhood where you live, because you know the streets very well. You know, you have memories, you have fond memories of doing many things around in that space. So make a small map and fill it with all these memories, draw these memories, position these memories, right? In terms of hawkers, in terms of shopkeepers, in terms of going to play somewhere. So this is the map that I would now ask all of you to make, so that we can, in our own way, even if it's a short exercise of 15 minutes, 20 minutes, we are now moving away from Google Maps, which is a very boring map, which has only traffic information and how to move with our cars in terms of direction from one place to another. So let's forget Google Maps. Let's make our own map, a happy map, a map of nostalgia, a map of memory of our neighborhood, all the things that we have loved doing. Is this clear? Can we do this now? It's quarter to 11. So let's say till 11:15, half an hour. Can we do? Can all of you make these maps? And then we can see the maps. You can share it, and we can see, and we can just look at what you have done. Maybe a few of you. Can we do this now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, right. So I'm just going to write down. Yes, you can make of your school, whichever place which you want. You are very strong in your memory. It could be the tuition center, coaching class. It could be dance class, or any other place. Your school. It can be your neighborhood, right? You can do that. So let's take half an hour. It's 20 minutes. And we will come back at 11:15. Make a quick map of all the things you remember. Don't look at any photos. Should I be handling the switching on of screens and this thing, or somebody else is doing that? Going to do that? The IT, just asking the others. I mean, do I do that? I don't know if, like, from
No,
where
I
to do
think
it.
Shailendra is handling it, so don't.
Okay, okay.
Ma'am,
Fine.
this is
Should
Karan.
have
Ma'am,
called
so
to you.
you just ask the students to raise their hands, the ones who have finished, and I'm going to promote them as panelists so that they can turn on the cameras.
Okay, okay, fine, great. So I think Dhruv, Natasha, these are the ones I can see, and there will be others also. Yeah. Okay.
So the students have been promoted to panelists. Alpana, if you want to start the presentations.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So I wanted to ask there's an option of neighborhood of her house. So I'm making like a neighborhood, like a house which is neighboring me. So there are more than 2 floors, around 2 or 3 floors. So how can I draw the second and the third? Should I draw it on other page?
Yeah, if you want, you can do that. It's fine. I mean, it's not just one page. If you want to, that's fine. But yeah. Okay, so let's start with, I think I see Himesh and Bhumi. So Himesh, would you, do we pin this? Do we spotlight it? How do we do this?
Ma'am, once they unmute themselves and start talking, they'll automatically be on the spotlight.
Okay, great. Himesh, go ahead.
I've done this in my neighborhood, and this is my home house. There is a police station and a marketplace here, Vita, and there is a train station
Mm-hmm.
in front of our house. So I've
Okay.
done that.
Okay. So what are the things that you like doing? Which are your favorite activities?
I'm going to the market, Huda Market. There are a lot of things, street vendors, then ice cream place,
Mm-hmm.
then stationery shops.
Okay,
We usually go there.
okay. So what I would really like to see here is what is the route you take? You know, can you trace your steps around your neighborhood and come to the Huda market? Maybe you can.
Yes, usually I go to Vita cycling to get the milk or anything that is required
Just,
in.
just show that. Just trace your steps, and then maybe you can show it to us again, right? In the meantime, Bhumi, if you can.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Ma'am, that's my house, and then I have a temple nearby. It's a kind of a landmark of my house.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's a market. It's a kind of intersection here,
Mm-hmm.
and like at the left side of the crossroad, we have a bookstore where I usually visit after my schools or something because I like to read books. And I also purchase a lot of books. And then from the left side of my house, there's one more way where I go like for the fast food corner. That's me and my friends' best place to visit. When we are free, we go to the fast food corner. So,
Okay, that's nice. sorry, Bhumi, yeah. Because here the map is very different, from the map that we saw in terms of Himesh's map. Your map is just talking about your life and the things that you like doing. So it's a very interesting representation. I like this in terms of what you have shown and what Himesh was showing, right? So you can also add more to this. There'll be so much more that you can add.
Yes, ma'am.
Great, great. Thank you, Bhumi. Okay, so let's see what.
Yeah, ma'am.
Yes. Okay, so I see you cycling, and this is the route you take. So what happens here the moment you show the route is that now we can see you in the map. So you have also put yourself in the map.
Yes.
So which is really good because this is your map, it's your story, it's your life, right?
Yes.
So otherwise, without that route, we just see a city neighborhood, but we don't see your story. But we know now from where Dhruv goes, what he buys, right? So great effort for 10 minutes. It's really nice.
Ma'am, can I show mine now?
Is
Yes.
it visible?
Uh,
I don't know if it's visible.
I can't. I have to. I don't know how to replace. Who's the speaking?
Dhruv here.
No, I can't see. Let's. Dhruv, I can see your screen is blank.
Ma'am?
Yeah, this is Dhruv. Yes, I see you now.
Oh wait, there are two Dhruvs, ma'am.
Okay, so it's very blurry, the screen. Can you bring it a little bit forward? Okay. Can you tell us what you have made?
Yeah, so I have mapped out my entire neighborhood from the street to where it goes. And so there's this one road that branches out where we have there's something called Jalvayu VR. It's like this place for army residents. And then there are like 3-4 supermarkets, which always, they're like imprinted in your brain because you always keep visiting them to buy bread or buy eggs or curd or something tiny, right? And then there are a couple of restaurants, there's a temple, then there's a hospital as well. So it's one thing that it's there in your brain. You're never going to forget it because there are a lot of memories, maybe walking with your friends or, going to repair your cycle, something like that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, so I've drawn this map. Actually, this is the infrastructure, like the entrance and all. And what I like it is one of my friend's house. So here is a tennis court, and I like to play tennis with my friends. So I've drawn this.
Okay, so this tennis court is where? It's outside your house, or where is this?
No, outside my neighbor's house. Actually, there's a garden there, like a huge garden, and there's a tennis court built in there. I hope we can see it.
So the page on the right, so that is
this side, yeah.
Okay. Okay, but the other one is what? That's the map, that's the plan of your house?
Yeah,
or?
plan of my neighbor's house, like the ground floor.
Okay, so this is Dhruv, right? This is
yeah, Dhruv Trivedi.
Yeah, so Dhruv, it's very interesting. Why do you? I mean, I'm curious to know that why do you make the house, the plan of the house also?
Because I thought like the map, so the place which I'm interested in, I can't go there now because of COVID, but I used to go there, and I just thought that we have to draw the map of the house. So
okay, so what about okay, so that's fine. You have drawn the house map along with the tennis court, but now if you forget the house and you just draw the tennis court and what is happening around the tennis court, can you draw that from your memory also in terms of a map?
Yeah, okay, I can do that.
Yeah, okay, great. So let's in the meantime, let's also hear from others.
May I share my map?
Who else would like to go now next?
I'm Dhruv Arora.
Okay, oh my God, there's so many Dhruvs. Okay, Dhruv, go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. So as you said that Google Maps don't provide enough description and they're not that lively. So what I did is that I changed the Google Map to the satellite view. so that you can get the exact view of my house, and probably all the things that I do are listed here. Like for example, I can see my tuition in this map. I can see this is the playground. This is the exact location of my house. This is the playground I usually go to, and somewhere here is my tuition, and you can also see the precise routes here. So I think growing with the digital world is better than doing things on the paper.
Okay, so fine. I mean, this is quite interesting that you think that if we are moving on to the satellite image, which of course gives us more information than the map image. So, but this again, it gives us a lot of information, yes, but it's a very specific information in terms of the roads and the building blocks, right? So, using this as a base, can you tell me a story of your life? You know, so digitally also, like using ways, let's say the routes that you take, where is your school, where is your tuition, where are the hawkers with you, where are the places that you spend time. So the digital thing can work as a base, but on that, I want to see your life story. Like the other image that we saw, where with the cycle, he was showing us how he went from his house to the ice cream shop. So it's a very personal map. It's a memory map of just what you do, right? So if you can show that also, that would be great.
Yeah, okay. I'll try to do that. I'll try my
Okay.
best.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So I hope you can see my house marked here.
Yes, I can.
Yeah. So this is a playground in front of the house.
Mhm.
So this is where I usually go to play soccer with my friends. And this is a very wide road. Here I go for cycling. I use this whole territory for cycling. I go for cycling every morning, and then near this block F is my tuition, and that's my route for going to the tuition.
Mhm.
And then I would like to say that this Pioneer Urban Square is my friend's house.
Mhm.
This is a society, so this is where my friend lives.
Okay.
That's it.
So do you go to this place also using your cycle, or you just
No, actually they are quite. It's just a walking distance. It looks quite widespread, but it's just less than 1 kilometer.
okay? So it would be very nice to do, the cycling route and the walking routes. Just trace it on this base, and that will tell us a lot about you also, how you use this place. Where are other places that you frequent, where you go, right?
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else would like to go?
Harshit?
Ma'am.
Ma'am, may I Harshit?
Okay, Harshit, and there was somebody else I heard. Who was it?
Ma'am, Tashvi.
Tashvi. Okay, so Harshit, then Tashvi.
Okay, ma'am.
Wow, that's a very detailed map. Would you like to speak a little bit about this? I can't hear you if you're speaking.
Harshit Bhaiya, your mic is mute.
Okay, thank you, Tashvi. Ma'am, here's my home. Am I on? And then
You're
the
audible.
park. And I have the Mughal Sarai junction, the junction of my city, very nearby. It's just a walking distance. Then there is an Abhushan Bhandar near my house.
Okay.
And like because there is a junction, there's also a hotel nearby over here. So all the people who travel come and stay over here. Then there is also a pond nearby for the all the ladies go this place. And then there is a school also, the Sunbeam School Mughal Sarai, but I don't study over there. And then there's some hospitals and it is And ma'am, these are the railway lines.
Yeah, I figured that. Okay, so that's a very that's just a minute. That's a very detailed map, Harshit. Do you did you draw this from your memory, or you took reference from Google Maps?
No, ma'am, it's what I thought. It's not exact very the same, but as per my assumption, it is correct.
So there's just one thing that you should just think about the railway lines that you have made, right? So they are straight. The ones that you've made are very straight. So yes, maybe somebody's mic is can the others please mute their mic? It's a bit disturbing. Yeah, so the railway lines that you have made are very straight, so in reality they are not that straight. So if you look at the map from above, because this is a top view that you made that we're making here in the maps, so you'll see it's not that straight, but it's a very good effort. And what I really like in your sketch is that you've shown trees, right? So which are very important, and it's there. It's all around us. But when we make maps, we just focus on roads and we focus on buildings, and we easily forget the trees. But they're a very big part of our ordinary streets, right? So it's great that you made trees. You've shown trees, right? So okay, now let's go to Tashvi. Tashvi was the next one. Yeah. Tashvi, go ahead.
Ma'am, I'm ready. Shall I show after Rashi?
Dhruv, let's do some others also. Let's look at some of the others, and then maybe we'll come back to you. Yes, Tashvi, go ahead. You're on mute.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
I guess it's better now.
Yeah.
So this is my neighborhood. It's a little crowded, but I guess this is okay. Right here, here. This is my house.
Yeah.
Here, and opposite to my house, all over here, there are many hospitals. Like our neighborhood has 3 hospitals. One is a dental clinic, one is a proper hospital, and one is an Ayurvedic hospital. And then this road over here, this one, this leads to outside to the main roads. And the one over here, this building, this is a whole apartment block. And after this, I've continued it here. So if you can see this, it starts like this, and there are many shops all over here. And the road this way, this road, this one, this leads to a fast food corner. It's not usual that we go there, but once in a while it's okay, we go there.
Okay.
So this was the whole plan.
Okay, so Tashvi, what I really like in your, it's very interesting actually. It's quite amusing also that the buildings, the way you made the buildings, so they are like round shapes like this in plan, right? So for many of us as architects and teachers who work with these things, and we know that how straight lines and squares and rectangles, they dominate our our thoughts and our imagination. So it's good, even though I mean it can be a little bit fantasy, but still I like the way that you have shown this kind of rounded profiles for the building. So thank you. But I mean, it's also interesting that there are 3 hospitals around your house, and that must be having an effect on your life, even at the moment now with all the COVID and everything around, right? So, so yeah, I mean, that is something to think about, and maybe that is why you made the hospitals, because it is something very strong in your mind at the moment, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, it's maybe it is something that in our pre-COVID, before there was COVID. It feels good that there are hospitals around. Maybe the fact that if there is an emergency, there are different things to go, places to go to very near the house. But now with COVID, it also creates a lot of concern and fear and all of these things, right? So possibly that is also there in your mind.
Actually, the hospitals that are there in our community, they are quite well developed and they are quite crowded. But still, because we are all neighbors, neighbors are given priority, so we usually get the treatment faster.
Yeah, yes. I can understand that. Right. So yes, the community also plays out in these ways, right? So
Community bond.
yes, no, it does. The neighborhood doctor, the neighborhood, let's say the physician, where we all go to, they know us. There is a relationship. So it is not only the stores and the hawkers, but it is also the healthcare, in our neighborhood that it's also our neighbors, right? So we have that connection.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's all the benefit of being neighbors.
Yeah.
You get each help from each other.
Yes. So it's great that you have shown that in your map. Okay, so now we can move on to the next person who would like to show. Janvi.
Um,
Janvi. Janvi, would you like to show? I think she had raised her hand, or somebody else. Is there anybody else who would like to show other than Dhruv? No? Who are the ones who raised their hand? Garvit? Okay, Garvit, you can go ahead. I didn't see you here.
Ma'am, may I ask a question?
Yes, Harshit, go ahead.
What is the objective of this exercise?
The objective of this exercise is that, to really think about your neighborhood and think about the importance of the street activities that happen around us. So they're so important in our lives, but most of the time we don't give importance to them. We do not think of them as something that actually is uh, is more important than going to places, far off places, or places which are at a bit of a distance, using our cars. But at times we could see that the a lot of what we need, just to sustain ourselves, our day-to-day activities, our education, our food, our medicines, our let's say stationery, all of that is actually present in the streets around us. You know, so this view, this very close view of the street, a very let's say a micro view of the street, which we miss out on, in our imagination, in our thinking, especially when we use the word development, you know and we use the word progress, and we use the word things like things are very well developed. So the imagination that we have in our lives mostly is dominated by big architecture, is dominated by things like Delhi metro, or is let's say the different types of malls. But development is not just that. Development is also what is happening within our neighborhoods, very close to us, which helps us sustain ourselves. You know, so development is also these workers, the service workers. They're very essential. The hawker. If the hawker doesn't come in the morning, when all of us are stuck inside our house, we don't have food to cook and eat, right? If we are not able to go out and have a safe place to play, or our kids go out and have a safe place to play in the neighborhood, it talks about health. So this is a question of physical health and also mental health. Health is not only having super specialty hospitals and big hospitals and government hospitals. Health is also about the neighborhood being able to play there, right? So the life, the micro life that is around us, and all the services, all the facilities that help us sustain this. So this is also very important, and we need to acknowledge that. So that is the reason why I'm asking all of you to look very closely at your neighborhood, look at the things that you do every day. You know, going to the ice cream shop is as important as thinking about a big development project, because it is, if we are not happy in our neighborhood, if we do not feel safe and secure, and we don't have a community with whom we live nicely in our neighborhood, we will not be able to do other work, right? So that is why we need to shift that that view, that perspective of only looking at big projects as development, but also understand that these small services and are very essential and should be part of what the city thinks of as development also, right? So that is the objective with which I am asking all of you to look closely at your houses, to look closely at your neighborhoods, and think about all of these things.
Ma'am, in today's time, the one of the practical thing is that the online selling platforms have just reduced the development of the local retailers. They're facing a lot of problem due to this.
Yes, it is. It has created. So the on see this is also the question of. I mean, if you think about the whole of the online platform, again, it is not many people who have access to the online platform. Whether it is in terms of retailers, whether it is in terms of shopkeepers, whether you think about vaccination, right? So even for vaccination, how many people are able to access the vaccination through the online platform? So this is, again, this is a question, this is a discussion on development, right? Okay, so who would like to go next, please? I'm not able to manage from here anymore because I don't see too many people on my screen.
Ma'am, should I show it now?
Yeah, go ahead, Dhruv, because
Yeah, so
there are many people in the chat, but I don't know if they have been given permission. Garvit, I could not understand how he can get permission. If somebody can help to give him permission, please. Yes, Dhruv, go ahead.
yes, ma'am. So this is my home and this is my friend's house. There's a Airtel tower behind our house, and like there's a refinery. Like it is 2 to 3 kilometers away from our house. And there are some flats here. I don't know the name exactly. And like this is a society roadway, and there's a playground here. Like, and there's a children's area somewhere. Yeah, here. And yeah, so there are the houses in a row. Like they were here. So this is a whole row of houses. And here's my like BFA. I go there for my football practice here, and then there are the shops here, like like we need to food and all kind of shops here. Yeah, grocery stores, and then there's a restaurant here.
Okay. Okay, great. So see, you now you see that how big this neighborhood is, right? We can see the neighborhood. So in the beginning, it was just the tennis court, because yes, the tennis court is very important in your life and you miss going there and playing with your friend. But along with the tennis court, we also need to see what is happening around, you know. So it gives us a very good idea of the neighborhood. So great, it's nice. Thank you, Dhruv. So can somebody please give access to Garvit, because he has been trying.
Ma'am, can I go next?
Who's this? Sorry.
Harshita.
Yeah, Harshita, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, can you see?
Yes, I can.
Okay, ma'am. So, ma'am, here is my house.
Yes.
So, ma'am, this is like from my house. I live in Gurgaon, Sector 56, to Sector 45. It's a long distance, but I try to cut it short. From my house, ma'am, it leads us to temple here. It's a Buddha temple. And ma'am, when we move forward, we reach to Huda Market.
Okay.
And ma'am, after Huda Market, going back to the temple, like it's moving back, we have a metro station here. Ma'am, then moving forward, it's a swimming pool, ma'am. This school, Shalom Presidency. I don't study in that school, but ma'am, I took swimming classes there. And ma'am, then return to this house. Ma'am, from the house, moving forward, coming out from right and then forward, it leads us to Kendriya Vihar. Ma'am, there my drawing teacher lives, and I have my drawing classes there. Ma'am, after that, from my school, it also leads us to Tau Devi Lal Park. Ma'am, it's a park. Ma'am, not very near to my house, but yes, I took it really short. Ma'am, from the Tau Devi Lal Park, there's a village here, Wazirabad. Like, it is just about sanitary things and equipments. And then, ma'am, Tau Devi Lal Park, moving a lot forward, we reach to our school. So, ma'am, it's from Sector 56 to Sector 45, from my house to my school.
Okay. Great, Harshita, I really like your map because also you have, you really personalized the map by also drawing yourself there, right? So it tells a lot about all the things around in this map which are very important to you, right? Or the things that you have noticed and you remember, whether it is your drawing teacher's house or whether it is the swimming pool where you went to learn swimming. So, I mean, maps are not only about roads and, I mean, so if you have to move away from that very typical, imagination of the map, which is just roads and buildings, it's also about stories. It's also about what
Yes.
we do, where we live, right? So it's great that you have tried to show that by just drawing those buildings, trying to give a little bit of distance, that is, I can see this relation of distance, which is far, which is nearby, and also making yourself, drawing yourself there. So
Thank you, ma'am.
that's really great. I really like that. Okay, so thank you. And so is who else would like to do? Garpit, I'm not able to give him rights. I don't know how to do that. So I see Amisha, Advika, Bhumi. Any one of you would want to go next? Amisha, okay.
So this is the map from my house to my tuition. It's a very simple route, but it has a lot of things on the way. And one of my favorites is the ice cream shop. Me and my friends usually after the tuition go there and enjoy. And sometimes there's a stationery shop also just beside our tuition. So whenever like we forget our pens, pencil, and etc., so we go and buy. And I have also made the route to the way back. While coming back, there's a lake market there. So that is one of my favorites as there is a lot of street food there. So I'm a big foodie, so I just love going there and enjoying the puchkas and the street food. And yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so Amisha, this map is actually great because you have not shown any network of roads, right? It is just a route, it's just a route which has all your activities, and you have also used icons, so you use the heart icon to mark what you like. So that is also, it tells us a lot about you. right, about this particular route that you take, right? So again, I mean, I like it because of the fact that we are trying to move away from this grid, this network of that we have in our mind of roads and buildings in between the roads. But here you're just marking those particular places and then showing us a route that you take, right? So that is interesting. I really like it. Thank you, Amisha.
Thank you.
Yeah. So Shreya, is Shreya going to go next? Or Advika or Bhumi? Because I see Advika and Bhumi here. In the meantime, if any one of you have other questions or would like to just talk about something, anything, then that would be great.
Yes, ma'am, I wanted to ask something.
Yes, go ahead.
Ma'am, I'm interested in architecture. So, what should I take in 11th and 12th so that I can pursue architecture
I
as
think
my
that
career?
Azad, is that is a question for you, I think. Admissions related questions, maybe we can take that later on, and career path, interest in that sense. But any other questions related to what we are doing now, that would be nice.
No, ma'am, no. Thank you.
Okay, fine. So if others would like to share their maps, we can see that. Advika, do you want to present, or Bhumi? Because I see you, both of you here.
Ma'am, I've already shown.
Yeah, Bhumi has showed. Okay, Advika? Okay, fine. So I think it has been quite a fun exercise to think about your neighborhoods and all the things that you did, or you still do maybe in certain places, because maybe the COVID pandemic is not very, not like how it is now in Delhi. So I live in Delhi, so it's more or less being inside the house most of the time, not going out at all. But many of you are from different other places, different cities and towns, right? So where maybe the lockdown is not that much, not that strict at the moment. The spread is not that intense of the disease. So maybe these activities you are still doing, right? So it's important to think about the neighborhood and to think about these people who are there every day to serve our needs and just sustain us. So this whole, let's say, this whole network of services that we get around our houses. Some of them are, let's say, shops, so they are more formalized in that sense, and some of them are not so formal in terms of, let's say, hawkers, right? So, but they are so important in our lives, and part of also the things that we do and the food that we eat, right? And the places where we hang out with our friends. We have a lot of memories of kinship, of friendship, of learning things from each other in this kind of places. They are public spaces. They're not the formal public space as we see in, let's say, malls, or it's not a formal public space as maybe in a park, but still it is a public space, right? It is a public space in the city. The street is a very important public space in the city. And to map that, to understand our memories and show that on paper is as important as thinking only about a map which is used for cars, mostly for driving, so which is the Google Maps. And so that is what I would like all of you to think about today. That can we make maps that tell stories of neighborhoods, that tell stories of our everyday lives, and not just maps which help us to drive around in the city with our cars, but also a map which talks about we walking, our routes of walking, cycling, hawkers, their routes, right? So that is also a very important part of our city. We need to acknowledge that, right? So that is what this exercise was about, and this is where I come from in terms of mapping in the city. So from my side, the session is done. If there are some reflections, something that you would like to discuss about this session, we can. We still have, I think, around 10 minutes more, 10, 15 minutes more. If not, then from my side, it's done. Okay, so Devesh is asking, should we have U-turn between roads? Yes, Devesh, we should have U-turn between roads. There are certain places where U-turns are necessary, but in certain places we should not have U-turns in everywhere. So that is a problem that we see in a lot of the intervention, the designs of roads in many places where they just make haphazardly U-turns. So that can be problematic because at times when we make U-turns haphazardly, it becomes very dangerous spots for accidents. Because sometimes if you have not taken into consideration how much the car or the vehicle needs to turn, so that there has to be clear eyesight when the vehicle is turning. So what in the technical language of road design, what we call it is a blind spot. If there is a blind spot during that turn and the driver cannot see the vehicle coming from the other road in the other road, then there is a possibility of an accident, right? So we can make U-turns, but we should not make U-turns everywhere and haphazardly like we do in many of our cities. Shrestha, in Google Maps, you have seen how flyovers are indicated. But if we are making maps, which we try to make today in the class, which is really free in terms of, in terms of form. So I actually never told all of you to make maps, which is a flat top, top view map. I did not tell you that, but it is the first instinct that comes to our minds is to make a top view map where we see everything flat. Why can't we make a flyover which is in elevation, where we can just see the flyover, like this being drawn out? Why not? There are a lot of illustrations which show that, right? So if you would if you want, I can show you one such map. Just give me a minute and show that, right? So if you see, if you can see this map here, right? If you see this map here, this is also a map, but this is not a top view map. It's not a flat top plan image where you see things in elevation. You see this cycle route, which is elevated. You see a building, but you also see the circulation around, right? So these kind of maps are also possible. I did not want to show you images in the beginning because we have very less time to develop something like this. But what was more interesting was to listen to your stories about your neighborhood. But yes, you can show flyovers like this also to answer your question, right? Any other question you have? Anything you would like to discuss? Anybody would like to show a map? Dhruv, yes, you raised your hand. Dhruv Gakil.
Yeah, no, ma'am. So chat had been disabled, so I couldn't ask my question. I had doubt, ma'am, with the increasing view of sustainability and efficiency, how do our neighborhoods have to accordingly change to become clean, green? And my second question was, in general, how can improve sites of a neighborhood and maybe make it more pleasant to the eye or maybe more photogenic?
Okay, so very interesting questions, Dhruv, because you talk about sustainability and then you also talk about pleasant to the eye. So, in terms of sustainability in the scale of the neighborhood, and this is there has been lot of studies on this, and we have discussed this at many times with many people that in the neighborhood level, it is really up to the community. You cannot have top down things, even if it is a MLA or a local leader, political leader, and coming and let's making rules. But it is really up to the community to do to have initiatives about what they have to do in their neighborhood or in their society to introduce certain practices.
Oh, so ma'am, I think in Mumbai there's this activist environmentalist. He cleaned up Versova beach. I think he
Yes.
gathered, yeah, so it was a big thing. So are you saying initiatives like that?
Yes, initiatives like that, but that is again the scale of that is big, right? It could be even just simply about in the neighborhood about waste disposal, separating the wet waste and the dry waste, and the RWA, that is the Resident Welfare Association in the society, just talking to people and trying to really have certain, let's say, some public events or certain areas which are for play for children, or even let's say a dog park. So there are so many in Delhi, like especially if I look at the planned neighborhoods in Delhi, there are so many parks, but there is no park for dogs, right? So can that be an initiative? It's a very simple community led initiative. People have to come together and people have to work together to do things. It cannot only be professionals, so because professionals might come, they can design, architects can come, our urban designers can come, they can design, they can construct something, and then they will go away. It is the community who has to use it, right, and maintain it, and understand that what is the value of of a project. So and all projects are not about building and constructing, they're about services also, right? So community is very important. Community-led initiatives, people-led initiatives are very important for sustainability. And pleasant to the eye, well, it's a very subjective question, right? Because what is pleasant to your eye might not be pleasant to mine. Okay, so it's a very subjective question, and I mean we can look at a painting and discuss that maybe I like the painting or you don't. But when we are talking about cities and neighborhoods, beautification has a lot of challenges, problems that come along with it. Because somebody's idea of beautification would be let's remove all the hawkers. Somebody's idea of
Okay.
beautification could be let's demolish all these buildings which are not looking good. But you are achieving beautification at the cost of somebody's livelihood, right? So the beautification is actually a very, very tricky term.
Tricky, yeah, exactly. So, ma'am, let's say now I mean, and in India especially, there are so many neighborhoods, there's redundant wasteland.
Hmm.
Just maybe, it may not even be private property.
Hmm.
With that, there can be initiatives to maybe make it a park or just green space, right?
Yeah. Yes, for sure, that can be done, and yeah, I mean it can be done. I mean it's a simple answer, but then why it is not done is it's a difficult question and a difficult answer.
Yeah. Okay, thanks, ma'am.
Yes. Okay, great. I think we are now at the end of the session, and it has been a nice Friday morning for me, not only to present this perspective of maps, which is not Google Maps, but maps to tell our own stories and see what you could do in a very short time. Very good effort by all of you. great effort. I wish we were doing this offline together in the campus, but this is also great, right? And thank you for the discussions and the questions also, which came up later. Very important questions, because this is exactly what the city becomes, like once we look at development, which is not that big, spectacular scale of development, and we start looking at neighborhood questions of sustainability, questions of ethics, questions of beautification, this kind of questions come out, and they are very, very important questions, because I mean, we really can't achieve what we want to achieve if we don't look at this very small scale of our neighborhoods. And this is very important. So thank you. So that is all from my side. Ankur, if you would like to.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Alok Panna, for that wonderful workshop. I can sense from the students that really enjoyed it, and they had a good understanding of maps and sustainable development. Thank you so much, students, for being here with us in the morning session. We will now resume at 12:30. So if you want to take a 35-minute break, you can go ahead and do that. Please come back on the same link at 12:30. We have a very interesting session by the Executive Dean of Jindal School of Art and Architecture, Professor Jaideep Chatterjee. He will be here and you can talk to him. Thank you so much. See you at 12:30. Thank
Bye.
you,
Take
Dr. Alok
care.
Panna. Bye. Bye.
Bye. Take
See if you can hear me. Can you hear me? See if you can hear me and see, and I need to check if I can hear. Okay, now why don't
Jaideep, can you hear me? $12:30. Yeah.
Thanks.
You, I'm audible, right?
Yes, you are. Yes.
Wonderful.
You can also,
Wonderful.
okay. We'll join
Thank
back
you.
at 10:30, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Hi, Professor Jaideep. Hi, Azad.
Hi, Uncle. How are you doing?
All well, sir. How are you?
Good.
So we'll start the session, sir, in another 60 seconds, 1 minute.
It's fine.
They
That's
just
fine.
had a break and they are going to resume at 12:30.
Good.
So we'll begin, sir. Begin. Good afternoon. Welcome back, students, for the day, second half of the day for you. I hope you had a good workshop in the morning hours. We had some students letting us know that they enjoyed the workshop that was conducted by JSAA faculty. Now I'm very honored to have the executive dean and professor at the Jindal School of Art and Architecture, Professor Dr. Jaideep Chatterjee, with us. Dr. Jaideep is a dynamic speaker. He's the authority on art, architecture education, design education, and he is a wonderful speaker. So students, please make most of it. By education, Dr. Chatterjee has done a Bachelor of Architecture from Institute of Environment Design, Gujarat. He has an MS in Architecture from University of Cincinnati and a PhD from Cornell University. So students, it's an honor for us to have him here with us. Please make the most of next 45 minutes and ensure that you can get maximum knowledge from this session. Over to you, Dr. Jaideep.
All right, Ankur, thank you so much. Glad to hear you all enjoyed the the little workshop that we had, designed for you, and glad to have all of you here. There are about 400 of you. Wow, that's a large audience to be speaking to. But today, what I'm going to do very briefly is I'm going to talk a little bit about this thing called the built environment, right? And what is it that we are doing at the JSAA? How are we dealing with it? How are we managing it? So stay with me for a second while I actually share my screen, because I have a presentation to show all of you, right? So just stay with me for a second. And all right, now somebody will have to tell me if you can see my screen. Is my
Yes,
screen
sir.
visible?
Yes,
All right.
Professor Chatterjee.
Perfect. All right. So I want to start this by this little topic, right? Studying design and built environment at the JSAA. Now, the first question to ask ourselves is, when we started the school, what is it? We said that we want to become one of the foremost centers of learning that will produce a paradigmatic shift in the way we talk, make, and study the built environment. Of course, you're seeing I'm using this word constantly, the built environment, the built environment, the built environment. What is the built environment? What is it? What do we mean by the built environment? Very simple definition. any environment that is built by humans, right? So this is our parks, our cities, our homes, our restaurants, our bridges. I mean, in fact, I will ask you another question. Can you think of any environment that is not built by humans? Now, some of you may say, well, Joydeep, what about forests? Forests are not built by humans. Not true. Forests are also built, if you think about it. Otherwise, the way we look at a forest, it is mapped, we circumscribe it, we say this is its boundary, right? We say it must not extend beyond that. We manage it. We have that's why we have an entire forest department in this country, right? We have conservation people who look at it. Even the basic, the most things that you think are natural environment are actually built. They are built in one way or the other. So the built environment, right, is actually the largest. It's the entire thing within which all of us exist. Without this, there is nothing, right? And this is and fundamentally, right, why do we need to focus on this built environment? We need to focus on this build. First reason, right? The first reason, and all of you, I hope all of you are doing well, your families are safe, you all are doing, you all are healthy, you all are happy. But let's see what happened to us in the last 6 months and over the last 1 year, and especially the last 2 to 3 months. Our built environment, whether they were our hospitals, our cities, our emergency services, these are all part of the built environment. These are all things that we build, right? Our infrastructure, whether they were hospitals, whether they were roads, whether they were paramedical services, these are all part of the built environment. Everything collapsed. And you know why everything collapsed? Let me tell you, this is the interesting thing, right? Everything collapsed because we are using the same kind of thinking to solve the problems which created the problems in the first place, right? We are just not using a different way to think about the built environment. Right? We are going about with the same way of thinking and making the built environment that we have for the last 80 to 100 years in this country. Right? And as Albert Einstein is telling you, this is not the way to do things. We have to think about them, work about them, make them, theorize them, study them in a completely different manner. Right? And we're going to talk about what that means in a little while. But that's one of the main reasons why we need to focus on the built environment. Because if this built environment is everything that we create, if this built environment is because of which we survive, right? We cannot go on making it the same way we have, because we've got a one-way ticket to no return. We are heading for a disaster. We're just heading for a complete and utter disaster. And, there are no debates on this. There are enough studies which tell you that if we have to live the way we are living, we need 3 to 4 Earths to survive. It's not possible. Something's got to give. Something's got to change. Right? And that's what's happening, right? Things are giving. If you look at, quote unquote, disasters are up. People are getting more and more affected. Just today I was reading that, look at it this way. Netflix, we all watch this. 1 hour of streaming releases 55 grams of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. 1 hour of streaming by one of us. Right? So you can imagine what's happening. This is just watching TV. Even what we are doing right now is releasing carbon dioxide into the air. We have got to figure out how to do things sustainably, how to make our built environment sustainable. Right? So this is, folks, it's a time of crisis. It's an existential crisis right now. Right? And what we are seeing is that we have to change. We have to change, and we have to make our built environment differently. Therefore, the first reason to focus on it. Number 2, now if the built environment is this everything, it is the largest industry in the world. Think about it, right? There is no place in the world that you will not go where you will not encounter the built environment, where you will not have work about the built environment, right? In fact, look at this statistics for India, right? Over the next 5 years, that is till 2025, we are required to make an investment of $1.4 trillion. That's about 80% of India's GDP, right? So that's the amount of investment that's required. Look at the number of people we require. We require about 44 million skilled jobs have to be made, right? These are jobs, and we'll talk, so what kind of jobs are these, right? But before we look at that, look at the low level of numbers of people we have in India who are working with the built environment. For heaven's sake, even a country like Nigeria, which is so much poorer than ours, so much poorer than ours, it has about 1.44 credited planners who are working on the idea and questions of the built environment per 100,000 of people. In a developed country like the UK, there are 38. Now look at India's number. It's 0.23. We are at this crux. And the results were there for all of us to see. None of the systems worked. We just did not have enough skilled professionals who know the built environment, who understand how cities are made, who understand how policies are made, who understand how infrastructure is made, who understand how sustainable housing, how questions of transportation, how questions of resilience, how questions of disaster management, how do these work? We just don't, we need all of them, right? We need all of them. We need them more than almost any other country. We saw exact proof of that in the last 2 or 3 months, but we don't have them. We just don't have them. And there are n number of reasons for this, whether schools of design and architecture, they've just been working with the same syllabus that they have 40, 50 years ago. It's interesting, the Council of Architecture, if you look at it, it came out with its first syllabus in 1983 and then a minimum standards in 2020. And they were the same document 40 years apart. That's the situation that we are in. All right. Now, what do we need? We need people, game changers who are working with the question of housing. Building codes. Do you know building codes in India have not been changed for the last 75 years? We don't have people who are looking at, we are one of the largest producers of solid waste in the world. We are the third largest producer after US and China. And do you know how many companies are managing waste in this country? Three companies, that's it. I mean, for those of you, I don't know if you live in Delhi, some of you, if you're going from Delhi towards the, and you exit from the northern side of Delhi, you see the largest garbage dump in Asia, open garbage dump in Asia. Can you even imagine what kind of an environmental hazard that is? Right? Everywhere in our cities, in our villages, infrastructure is breaking down. We don't even understand questions of accessibility, governance. How are our cities? How are our towns? How are our villages going to be governed through a collective media? Right? Policy, questions of aesthetics, spatial demand, right? What is called equity networks, development issues. These are all questions of the built environment. Right? And everywhere. So, there is work everywhere in this. Right? Now, what we are going to do, I'm going to talk to you about what are we at the JSA doing about this? Like, what are we doing about this? What I want to talk to you is about, we've created 5 very unique kind of programs. Now, the names may seem a little commonplace to you. You're like, okay, right? These are the 5 programs. There's something called a BR program. There's a BA Honors Built Environment Studies. And there are 3 pathways in the B Design program called Interior, Urban, and Community, right? But what they do are very, very different from anywhere in this country, right? And I'll come to that for a second. But each of these 5 things, right, is designed to turn you, right? And those of you who take this program into a kind of an innovator and a game changer, the idea is not for you to just go and work in an office. The idea is for you to become an innovator and a game changer in the field of design and built environment, which, as I just argued, is the largest engine of growth and sustainable development in the world. And like I said, this is not an option anymore. Now, each of these programs will prepare you how to be a creative agent, right? Building a better world, a world that is more just, that is equitable, safe, healthy, beautiful, accessible, and sustainable, right? So how do our programs really do this? Okay, let's talk a bit more about that. Well, the first things is a flexible and customizable program. What does this mean? This means one of the things that we realize is that, look, everybody who comes in has different area of interest. Now, some of you may come in and say, you know, Joydeep, I'm really interested in understanding questions of law and how buildings work. I'm interested in doing community work with building, right? I'm interested in how communities and neighborhoods are done, right? So one of the things is that whichever program you take, you pretty much design your own curriculum, right? So look at this. This is your foundation year, which is common. But after your foundation year, we just tell you what the kind of credits you have to take. And you can just go ahead and design your own. And students in our school constantly design their own credits. So somebody may say, okay, I want to do it like this. Somebody may say, no, I want to change this around. I want to put this somewhere else here. JSA allows you to completely design your own curriculum. Take the kind of courses that you want to, combine it with the kind of courses that you want to, right? So this is this is absolutely, you know, this is what happens in the top universities in the world, right? Now we are doing it here. Thankfully, we are an institution of eminence, so we have a lot of freedom. And you know, I'll tell you why also we are able to do it. When we go to the faculty, you will see the kind of faculty we've been able to come together. So if this is point number one, right? How you're changing your kind of courses and redesigning your own courses. The second thing, and this is very important, very important, right? You know, one of the problems with education in India has been people do things on paper. Nobody really does things by reality. And the only way to understand and work with reality is to study and work with reality even during your education. There is no other way to do it, right? You know, on paper, you can take a building here, you can take a park from here and move it there. You can take a river and change its course. You can say this can move there. It's all okay on paper, but try doing that in reality. And you know what's the problem? Students are taught only on paper. No, at the JSA, we don't do that. After your first year, every project that you work on is real. You've got to work with clients, with real users, with other vendors, with other experts. These may be development experts, these may be policy experts, these may be construction experts, they may be infrastructure experts, they may be legal experts. You work on live projects, right? What you see here in front of you is our students redesigning a building and remaking it along with the client, other architects, right on site, right? But it's, you know, it's not only this, how you learn to make your furniture, how you learn to understand forces. Everything at JSA is through a hands-on living. So let me show you, you know, for example, for our interior students, and, you know, when they come into the foundation, when they learn about materials, you know, we just give them a piece of equipment like a chair, and we say, break it and learn how to make it on your own. So everything is done in a very hands-on kind of manner. You know, when we are understanding how forces work on buildings, it's not through calculations. We actually make our students do exercises. So what you see here is a little experiment on how to actually work with forces in the building. So a student, it's called break egg drop competition. Students create structures and they place an egg into it and they drop it. And to understand how do forces work, how does wind work, how does questions of nature come and work on the built environment. Everything is done through experimentation. Number three, you see, one of the things is we live in a global, interconnected world. Today, we cannot afford to be isolated. You know, you look around you, look around you. What's happening in terms of vaccination? What's happening in terms of infrastructure? Think in terms of distribution network. Think in terms of what are called relief efforts. Think in terms of what are called disaster management. Think in terms of what are called environment sustainability assessments, audits. All of this is an interlinked phenomenon in the world. So why should curriculums be isolated? One of the things at the programs at JSA are is that, you know, we are part of a wonderful university which has more than 250 connections all over the world. So at the JSA, you can go ahead and, you know, you get semester exchanges, you get short-term study abroad programs, you get semester abroad programs, you get what are called mobility grants. You do, you know, like our student, you know, you get extension programs. So you do some years here, some years outside, right? You do collaborative research. In fact, our students are right now working with the Environmental Humanities Laboratory in Sweden, and they're creating an alternate sustainable atlas of the world, right? So they're going to, there's 4 students from our school who have been selected as the only representatives from India to actually work on this, right? So throughout your curriculum, you're constantly liaisoning, networking with students, faculty, experts from all over the world. You're working with them literally from your second year onwards, all right? This is something which is very, very important. To put together a curriculum like this, we had to find, and to put together programs like these, we had to find people from the top universities in the world. So you have people, you know, I'm just going to play this for you. You know, you have people at JSAA who are from every university that you can think of, right? We've got people from, I'm from Cornell, we have people from Harvard, from Purdue, Berkeley, Heidelberg, Tokyo, CEP, Polytechnical of Milan, Cincinnati, Bartlett, Oxford, Georgia Tech, Glasgow, you name it, Utrecht, people from all over the world, right? And in all kinds of discipline have come together at the JSAA, right? And there are people, there are architects, that, you know, I am, by the way, also an anthropologist. So my second PhD is an anthropologist. So I'm an architect who's a historian and an anthropologist. We have people who are lawyers, urban studies, journalists who have become environmental assessments, architects who have become management consultants, philosophers who have become architects. It's a wonderful collection of people from all over the world, right? But here is the most important thing, right? And this is the last reason why I think, you know, what we are doing is completely unlike any other place in the country, and even quite unique in the world itself. What we have is something called a major minor combination of programs. But let me explain to you what I mean. Remember this first slide that I showed you? What we said is, well, why are we not creating designers who can work in all of these areas? Because the built environment needs people who can work in all of these areas, right? So we need people. We need to understand how design combines with, let's say, policy. We need to have people who can understand how waste and questions of designing a house work. We need to understand how codes and legal issues work with making our cities. How do we create what we call a multidisciplinary profession? Because you've got to understand something. You know, in the early part of the 20th century, the idea was all about specialization. So, you know, what happened was, so you do economics, and within economics, you do macroeconomics. Within macroeconomics, you look at time series, and, you know, your vision kept getting smaller and smaller and smaller, right? And soon we realized that what people had developed was this tunnel vision, right? You could only see through that tunnel and not beyond. And therefore, people were not talking to each other. But you know what? Any problem, any project in the world, right, cannot be solved by one person only. It needs teamwork. It needs people who can come together, people who have what's called different forms of expertise, different kinds of expertise, people who can talk across expertise. So more and more, the future is for those people who at least have multiple skill sets, multidisciplinary professionals. That's the future, right? And so we said, how do we do this? Well, we came up with something very interesting. It's called the T-shaped JSA graduate. Now, what's the T-shaped JSA graduate? Very simple. The T is this, right? So the long arm of the T is your major area of discipline, right? So this could be, architecture, it could be architecture studies, it could be urban, it could be community, it could be, excuse me, interiors, it could be anything like that. What's interesting is the horizontal arm of the T, what we do is we allow you to take a minor area of discipline, right? And what are the minor areas of discipline? Well, you can combine any of your majors with any of these minors. So you could possibly combine interiors with liberal arts. You could possibly combine architecture with business studies, right? You could combine, let's say, urban design with legal studies or political studies, right? You have to do 24 credits. So what JSA does is tell you, okay, you have that many major credits and you have this many minor credits. The idea is every one of you, because of this, there are 500 combinations possible. There are 500 combinations that you can do in terms of your learning. So some of you may say, I want to actually just combine spatial analytics, journalism with urban studies. Great, go ahead and do it, right? So the idea is to create each of you as a unique individual. Remember what I started off with? I started by saying the idea is not to train students anymore to go into a simple office and get a 9-to-5 job. The idea is to turn you into a game changer, into an innovator entrepreneur, right? Who's going to invest and work with the built environment, work with our communities, work with infrastructure, work with questions of law and design and all of that, and fundamentally change the way we live, change the world that we are making. We make a world which can fundamentally be something that we can leave for our future generations. I'm always reminded of a wonderful letter that was written by the Native American chief to the President of the United States, somewhere in the 19th century. There's one line from that letter that is wonderful. The Native American chief tells the President of the United States, he says, how can we sell you our land, dear Mr. President? How can we sell you the air, the water? These are not ours to sell. These are just something that we keep for our future generations. We are just caretakers of it, right? We seem to have forgotten this as human beings. We seem to have forgotten that the world is something of which we are just caretakers, right? Instead, we have become mired in this tunnel way of looking at the world, right? So the time has really come for all of us to change how we are making our built environment, right? All the rest of the world is doing it. We in India need to start doing it, right? The JSA, the way we have done these kind of courses, the way we have done the kind of people we have brought together, and the way we are doing all of this is a small step to making that happen, right? It's a small step to reaching out to students, to those of you who are interested in changing this world, right? I can, as Ankur will vouch for, I can go on talking for a really, really long time. This is so much to share with all of you, right? But if you are a little more interested, I will request all of you to go and visit our Instagram page, the Twitter handle, the Facebook page. This is all run by students. And you guys will see the kind of interesting work that they are doing, the kind of interesting internships. Our students are internship. They're design students who are interning with World Wildlife Fund. We have students who are interning with the Global Communities Fund. They are working as community developers. They're working as social workers, designers who are doing work like this. It's just wonderful what's happening, right? So I'm going to stop here and probably open up the floor to more questions and answers, and make it a little more interactive if you have that, right? So thank you so much for hearing me out. The floor is open, folks. If you have more and more questions, feel free. Yes, Tanvi Goenka, it's Chief Seattle who wrote that. Fantastic. You're right, Dhruv Garg. It's the Chief Seattle's letter to the chief. Read the whole letter. It's a fantastic, fantastic letter, Tanvi. It really tells you, and it puts you into perspective, right? It puts what we are doing to this earth into perspective, at some level, Tanvi. And we all know it. We all know that there's no way for us to continue the way we have been, right? And the problem is that in India, our education system has just not caught up with it, right? Which is why it's fantastic to, that places like the Jindal Global University have come up, which is an institution of eminence, and the government has now allowed us to bring completely cutting edge kind of courses to all of you, right? So Garvit, major wise, you can do any, you can take the, depending on the kind of interest you have, Garvit. I don't know what that is. Let's say you are somebody, Garvit, who's very interested in working at a large scale level, at the level of a city, or at the level of a town, or at the level of a region even, right? Then you could do something like the urban major, right? But maybe, Garvit, you're somebody who's really interested in working at local community levels, or looking at basically how people are forming networks. Let me give you a very interesting example. All right. Now, one of the things that we are trying to do, and we are trying to collaborate with the with a university in Scotland, right, is to try and see through computer imaging and through understanding community networks, how do diseases spread. Just imagine how much this study will help in future pandemics. Designers, because designers can model things, medical people, designers are coming together, right, to model disease transmission, to understand, and then you bring in an anthropologist and a historian to understand how societies work. So game, medicine, anthropology coming together, right? This is the future, right? So I don't know what is it that you're exactly interested in, Garvit, but or maybe you're somebody who's interested in all kinds of immediate environments that we work in. It could be an office, it could be the airport, it could be, we are always working in some environment. I'm in an environment right now. I'm in my in my study, right? So if you're interested in the intimate environments, maybe the interior program will be better for you. It depends. And then you can combine it with any of the minors, right? I hope that that answers your question. Yeah. Right. I mean, any other questions? Anything that you... All right. So this is an interesting question. There's an option between physics and environment. Hey, I don't know if your school allows you to do both. You might do both. Now, if you want to do architecture, so there's an interesting thing. Okay, we have two programs in architecture at the JSA. The first is the BARC program, which is a 5-year program. Now, this architecture program is for those who are in the physics, chemistry, maths, science, the STEM fields, right? But there's something called the 4 years architectural studies program, which is the BA Honors BES, right? That is an architecture program for the humanities and social sciences students, right? And in that, you could possibly have physics, environmental management and history, right? So it just depends which one of our programs you want to take. There's a 4-year program in architecture for the humanities and social sciences, and there's a 5-year program for architecture with those from the STEM disciplines, right? So it depends on which one you want to take. You can choose if you want to do it from the STEM perspective. You can go ahead and do physics. But if you want to do it from the humanities and social sciences perspective, you can actually go ahead and do environmental management, right? So I hope that answers your question. Feel free to, yes, please.
If now say I'm not totally sure, but I think I have an interest in urban planning, and I've been reading up on China a lot, the way they've structured the cities or something. So now say I have this, and then I have an interest in physics. Now, how do I mean, it's not like there's a career in both, right? How do I progress?
Of course, there's a career in both too, though. That's the interesting thing, right? See, this is what I mean. I just gave you an example how medicine and urban studies is combining, right? Right. So you're looking at how doctors are actually working with urban designers and creating things like that. Now, let me tell you something. Something very similar is happening with physics too. All right. Let me give you an example. Okay. So take for example something like what we call environmental assessment.
Okay.
Right. Now, environmental assessment is, this example of Netflix that I gave you. I don't know if you remember me starting with, right? Environmental assessment is a kind of an area where you're looking at to fundamentally understand, right, how the built environment is affecting the environment in general. So Girish Agarwal, who is one of our faculty members, what does Girish work on? He works on something called urban heat islands.
Okay.
Now, what is urban heat islands? Urban heat islands is looking at both air quality, materials, which is basically, and all of physics to look at how are our cities and our construction really generating a microclimate for our cities, which is completely messing up our cities.
Sir, I think I've read up on this. I think this is a concept in Singapore. Some researchers
It's a concept in Delhi and in JSA right now. We have people who are working on this. We are working along with McGill University on one of the largest projects on urban heat island generation in the country. JSA and our students are working on this too. Our first, second year students are working on this project.
If urban planning interests a person as such, should they look at urban design as a course, or is there something else?
Exactly. The BDES urban program is exactly that.
Okay, that's what urban planning. Okay, fine.
Right. It's exactly that. All right. Let me. I got some other questions in the middle. Let me try and take those. But you can always talk and also ask a question. All right. To apply for the BR program, do we need to give an entrance exam? Also an IB. All right. Dhwani, let me try and answer this. Now, BR, yes, you've got to give something called the NATA, which is the National Aptitude Test in Earth. But that is if you want to do the 5-year architecture program. If you want to do the 4-year architecture program, right, you don't need to take the NATA. What you need to take is the JCAT, which is the Jindal Creative Aptitude Test, right? Now, also in IB, it again depends, right? Now, if you want to do the 5-year architecture program, Dhani, then you've got to take PCM in your IB. But if you want to do the one from a humanities and social sciences perspective, you don't have to take any of those, right? So it really depends which program you're interested in at our school, right? Okay, now let me. Sanskriti has a question. Sanskriti, again, I hope that, so if you're trying for the 5 years architecture program at Jindal, we will accept your NATA score. If you're trying for the other programs, and if you have taken an NATA score, we will accept it. But otherwise, if you haven't, we will take the JCAT, which is the Jindal Creative Aptitude Test. I hope that answers your question. Sanskriti. All right, now let me take a couple of the other, Gaurav. Gaurav, Gaurav, I just answered that for Dhruv, so maybe you can figure out, right? What the thing is. All right, somebody else have a question, please?
Yes, sir. So
yes, please, Pranay.
With regarding to zoning strategies, like currently in the developed areas where all the buildings are already constructed and most of them are constructed in a very unmannerly and not really properly planned. So if we have to like further develop that area and rearrange everything, so how would that be possible?
All right, wonderful, wonderful question. Do you know something, Pranay? Um, Here's the interesting thing. Okay, let me ask you a question. Okay, how how many new buildings do you think are actually made in a year, percentage wise? Percentage wise. Let's say if there are 100 construction activity that's going on, what do you think is the percentage of new buildings?
Like maybe around 60%.
It's close to about 10%.
Okay.
The world has always existed through the biggest thing. This is what we mean through a process called adaptive reuse. Please understand, a building, any building, when you make it, it has a minimum life of 75 to 100 years. In 100 years, the world changes. We can't breaking a building and making it again, right, is one of the most environmentally insensitive acts that you can do, because the building activity is one of the largest releasers of carbon dioxide and other pollutants, whether they are particle 2.5 or particle 5 or particle 10, into the air. The only way forward for us is what is called adaptive reuse. Let me give you a statistics for New Delhi. New Delhi, just Delhi Development Authority, has close to 26,000 buildings which are lying vacant. Do you know that? They're lying vacant. But policy has not allowed us to really reuse them. That's why we need to change policy. That's why we need people who are going to combine law and design. Right? Adaptive reuse, retrofitting. Right? Retrofitting is the way to go. Right. Sanskriti, I'll take your question for a second and answer it. Is there any scope in the field of architecture? I'm not talking about architecture. I'm talking about the built environment. And this profession doesn't pay too well. Our students are interning with Price Waterhouse Cooper. These are designers. Our students are interning with Ernst & Young. Yes, if you go to a standard architecture college, that's what it is. But JS is not a standard architecture college. Did I even use the word architecture for all of you? Even one. I kept saying built environment. We don't want you to go and work in a standard architectural office here. Our students are interning with WWF, with UNICEF. The idea is, please understand, design is required everywhere. This term architecture and this field architecture is a product of that little way of thinking. That's out now. It's gone. It's gone. It's just gone. That's why you've got to think of the built environment. Right? You've got to think of the built environment about after that. All right. So Pranay, you see what I'm saying in terms of the buildings themselves, right? You have to understand that the only way forward is for us to do what's called retrofitting. If you go and look up this thing, look at how countries like Germany have dealt with the question of urban decay. Do you know they've taken factories and turned them into greenhouses? They've taken factories. I mean, this is called regentrification of an area, redevelopment. These are always what we have done historically. Today, all of us, when we look at a church, what was that building earlier? Where does that building type come from? It's called, you may know that the church is called a basilica. The basilica was actually the Roman marketplace. When Rome in 300 AD becomes from a Roman pagan empire to a Christian empire under Nero, right? And under Constantine, the marketplaces of Rome get changed into churches. Adaptive reuse and retrofitting is how human beings have made our built environment. Except in the last 100 years, we went mad. We started thinking we have to do everything from new. And as a result, we used up more resources of the planet. We have done more mining. We have destroyed our planet. whereas there are buildings to use everywhere,
Yes.
right?
Like the,
Okay.
and in terms of wood also, like timber could be reused by
Pranay, every material can be reused. Do you know that?
yeah.
And we are not doing this, Pranay, and this is my anger with most of the schools that are in this country. They are following a curriculum which is 40 to 50 years. It's what I was taught. I came back to India, and when I came back to India and I looked at the curriculum, I said, "Oh, what? So really, 30 years down the line, we're still teaching the same things, where the world has moved on." Which is why JSA was created. Completely different way to look at the built environment,
I
right?
really like the change in what you brought in the curriculum because it's really needed. It's like the essential thing because we
We
can't
have to. Otherwise, we are going to collapse. And we did collapse as a country. Look at the last 2-3 months, what happened?
Yes.
Every system collapsed. Because we were doing what Einstein has told us never to do. Try and solve new problems with older ways of thinking. We can't do this. Rishita, you had a wonderful question about AI and architecture. Well, guess what? We are doing it at JSA, right? We are recently building what's called a complete virtual environment laboratory, right? So the idea is this is the laboratory is going to start functioning from August. The idea is to completely have digital interfaces and AI and work on that. Right, so of course there are combinations. Let me give you an interesting example of architecture and design being combined with AI. So, how many of you have used Uber? Can I get a show of hands? I'm thinking 90% of you would have used Uber. But do you know that Uber was? Go look this up. Right, it combined AI and architectural design to create Uber. Right. All right, let me, career options, Dhwani, as I am telling you, look, depends on the kind of combination you do. Let's say, Dhwani, you are interested in, I don't know, interiors. You want to combine it with journalism and communication, and then go into journalism, but design journalism. Maybe you are, Dhwani, you are interested in urban and legal. So do urban studies, go into legal and go into development, go and get a job with the UN. You know how many designers are required in the UN? Please, Naya, go ahead.
So, firstly, I would like to express my appreciation because you are kind of the only adult I've actually heard express your frustration and the problems for actually being suffered right now because of the environment and all. And so
If you ever land up in JSA, Naya, you will realize there are quite a few adults here who are very, very frustrated and we are trying to do something about it. Right, go ahead.
And so, do you think the low level of development in India and mostly the amount of problems we're facing? You mentioned that India has the least number of developers per 100,000 people. Do you think it's because the people actually leading our country are, for example, the administrative unit of this United States of America, they have actual educated people actually running the country, and meanwhile in India we have so much freedom that people like our president and prime minister, some of them, and even our cabinet ministers, a lot of them do not have proper education. Do you think that could be a major cause?
It's definitely one of the reasons, Naya. It definitely is. But something, let me also tell you another thing. It's been interesting. I've been now back in India for about 8 years or so. I've come back, right? And the one thing I've noticed is that it's not a silver bullet issue. We are also to blame. Most of your parents are about people who are of my age. And I am really, really surprised to see that even people of my age who I thought, they're still thinking in that very limited manner. They're also, they're still thinking in that limited manner. And that, so there who have we got to blame for our thought processes other than ourselves? This is the only thing we can really change about ourselves. No, you know what? Maybe I can't change 500 people, but I can change myself definitely. But people are not even willing to do that, and so we are all
So
stuck.
the mental landscape is kind of like, oh, everyone's doing this. If I do it, what's the harm?
I'll give you a very interesting example now. I don't mind my saying this. I've given a lot of these talks to youngsters such as yourselves, and to students all across the country. And what's interesting is like, I only even see only 10% of students turning around and saying, "Wow, we can do so many things. Why don't we do all of these things together?" They are also like, "Oh, but can we? Okay, can we do?" Okay. Our schooling system, it takes all of you. You are very creative. All of you are very creative. Children are born creative. You all are born with the ability to question, to do different things, to innovate. And our schooling system kills a lot of it. You guys at least have IB, this, that. When we studied, there was nothing like that. Right? Today, you guys have a place like JSA, JGU, which is saying, let's do innovative coursework. We never had all of this. So there's a combination of factors, Naya, which is really, really doing this in this country. But you know what? Let's not dwell on the past. Let's look at the fact that now there are possibilities. The need is there. The places which can train you, JSA is one of them, which are there. And there are innovative things like this that are happening. It's up to us to now step up and really, really go out there and chase this. Because you know what? This is our last call at some level. We don't change things in the next 15, 20 years, we would have reached the point of no return. Scientists have said this a long time ago. We would have reached a point of no return. It's time now, we have to do this, right? So here's my thing. Please understand one thing. For all of you who are youngsters, a few years ago, the New York Times came out with a wonderful kind of a epithet. It said, that our children will be solving problems of the future, right? Using tools we don't know about and problems that we have no idea about. Therefore, to meet the future, we are realizing slowly, we need to be not people with tunnel vision, but people who are able to do what's called a broad level of analysis, work across disciplines, right? And this is the time for us to really understand that and understand how knowledges of different kinds can communicate and talk to each other, right? And build ourselves as professionals who are able to have multiple skill sets, right? So, think about that for a second, right? And Lorax is an interesting, but you can also watch. I'm gonna, if you're interested in watching things like this, watch a movie called The Light Bulb Conspiracy. It's a wonderful, wonderful movie. We have the technology in this world where each light bulb can actually last us 100 years, but we don't do that. We are living, it's very interesting. We are today, and we have designed the built environment and made the built environment in a way which is wasteful, which is exploitative, which is not conducive for people to live in.
So,
yes, Joe.
So the light bulb conspiracy, is it that when companies purposely engineer products in such a way that they fail early?
Yes.
Yeah, I think there was something to do with Apple also, right? I mean, I don't know if it's true, but yeah.
It's true. It's true for everything. This is what I mean. So we have got to get in there, and as designers, we've got to, and we can't only just design a thing on paper and let it go. That's where, as a designer, we've got to get involved in questions of law, policy. We've got to get involved at the level of development. right? Yeah. And we've got to think in this design way. Yeah. Right. And that's why, that's how this College of JSA has been, kind of made, right, to help you do that, right? I don't know if there are other questions or anything, but we are a little past our time. Ankur, how are we doing?
Yes, sir. We are 10 minutes over.
Oh, I'm so sorry. That always happens a bit.
No,
with.
I was listening to you very passionately, and I also got engrossed in that.
Dhruv, somebody else has a question. I mean, you can always share my email, and if people have questions, I love to answer them. Right? That's not a problem. Dhruv Trivedi has a question, so maybe we'll take that one last question. He is asking to be unmuted, I think. Dhruv.
Dhruv.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, Dhruv, I can. Yes.
Yeah, so I'm like interested in architecture. Can you give some suggestions? What can I take in 11th and 12th so that I can pursue architecture as my career?
Dhruv, again, it depends. Do you want to do the 5-year program or do you want to do the 4-year program? So the 5-year program, Dhruv, is an architecture program which is more towards the STEM discipline, right? So science, technology, engineering, management kind of thing. But you can do the 4 years, which is more along the humanities and social sciences, right? So if you're somebody who's more interested in approaching architecture from a humanities and social sciences standpoint. So this is a question you've got to ask yourself, Dhruv, that what do I find myself? Do I want to look more at the technical aspects of things? That's the kind of thing that I'm interested in. Or am I more interested in, let's say, the historical, the social aspects, the political aspects? Because our built environment is everything, right? There's the politics of it, right? So it depends on which one of it you want to. And then accordingly, that's the kind of courses you should take in your 11th and 12th, right? Does that help you?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. Wonderful. Wonderful.
So, sir, one last question.
Sure, Dhruv.
Would you recommend any books, maybe to diversify and learn more about urban planning or something?
Oh, boy, there are lots of books. I can give you a list of 150 books right now. But let me give you 3 books that I would like you to read.
Okay, fine. Yeah.
Right. There's one book by a geographer called David Harvey. It's called The Condition of Postmodernity. All right, number 1. Number 2 book that I want you to look at, it's not per se about urban planning, but it's a wonderful book by an environmental philosopher called Derek Jensen. It's called A Language Older Than Words. Brilliant, brilliant book. It'll tell you so much. It'll teach you so much, right? Right? It's called A Language Older Than Words. Derek Jensen. All right. And the third book that I would like you to read, again, it's not directly related to the question of urban, but it will tell you what is it that has kind of happened. It's called Machines as the Measure of Men by Michael Adas.
Machines as the Measure of Men?
Yes.
Okay.
By Michael Adas.
Done. Thank you so much, sir.
All righty.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Goodbye. And you can always get in touch with me. Feel free to do so. Lovely having all of you here. Take care. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Chatterjee, for the wonderful
Bye-bye.
session. Absolutely.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Sir, the session is over.
Yeah, the session is over. Now the next faculty will come. Professor Ishan, who has a session at 1:30. Hi, Professor Ishan. Hi, Professor Ishan. I think we are facing some technical issues with Professor Ishan. Students, we will be starting final session of the day shortly. The topic is the economics of environment policy, which will be taken by Professor Ishan Chaturvedi from our School of Environment and Sustainability. The session will be running till 2:15, and after that it will be the closing of the day. So you wait for some time. I think there is some technical issues. Just be patient. Hi, Professor Ishan, can you hear me?
Hi, Ankur. Yes, I can.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So students, thank you for waiting. We now have with us the faculty member who will be doing the final session for the day. I am happy to invite Professor Ishan Chaturvedi, who is a distinguished faculty member at our Jindal School of Environment and Sustainability, to go ahead with the session. The session topic is the economics of environment policy. The session timing is till 2:15 students, and we'll call it a close at 2:15. Over to you, Professor Ishan.
Thank you so much, Ankur. And I do apologize, all of my dear students. I am having some connectivity issues due to which I've had to switch from one internet to the other over the past 10 minutes. So without further ado, I'm actually going to touch upon something that a lot of us have probably thought about, but have not really cracked the code of understanding. Which is the economics of environment or economics of beneficiary pays principle, however you want to have a look at it. Now, first of all, what I want all of you to know is that the more you ask questions, if you can, the more you discuss amongst each other each of these issues, the more you will learn. So that is my suggestion. The second is that please feel free to voice your opinion. Even in Jindal School of Environment Sustainability, we encourage all of you to speak about your own opinions and your views as much as possible. And finally, these are all my views. And since we're dealing with a major topic, I would not be able to cover everything at length, especially given the fact that we have barely 40 minutes. Given that fact, we'll probably be touching upon only aspects of the topic. But I'm happy to answer any questions. And even if we do run out of time, you can reach out to Mr. Vora or any of the other people in this setting, and we can clarify and discuss these things further. Okay, so moving on. Why do we need to study something very basic, such as, what is environment, what is sustainability, or what is climate change? To become a climate auditor, an environmental scientist, an environmental manager, data analyst, why do we have to start at the very beginning? And I think this quote by Carl Sagan, and I must also confess, I'm a bit of an astrophysics enthusiast, so because of which you'll probably have to get used to me citing a lot of astrophysics quotations here. But Carl Sagan was an astrophysicist, a cosmologist, science educator is what he called himself. And he had this quote where if you want to make an apple pie from scratch, you'll first have to invent the universe. What does he mean when he says that? He means that if you have to make anything from scratch, you have to first invent the universe, because the universe happened, the civilizations happened, agriculture happened, so on and so forth, and hence agriculture, apple pies happen. Similarly, if you want to study the economics of environment, you first have to reinvent the universe, and hence you first need to understand from the very basics what is environment. And this is something that we deal with at the Jindal School of Environment Sustainability quite rigorously, where we go down to the very basics of an issue and then build it up for you. And at JSES, we do it in policy, in economics, in law, in sciences, in sociology, in behavioral economics, all of those things. Over here, I'm going to start with the main question that we should challenge ourselves with every time we discuss anything to do with environment. And that question is, what is environment first, right? Why environment? And how do you define your understanding of environment? Would it be different from my understanding of environment? So when we're going out to study, or going out to learn what are the economics of environment, let's start with what is environment. Now, these various ideas that you see that include environment, this was basically an outcome of a study that I had conducted while I was still working for the United Nations back in the day. And there we had I had privately conducted a study and analyzed definitions, legal definitions of the term environment in about 32 countries. And these were the most prominent words that came up when you were defining the environment. And to give you a fair idea, this is also basically the definition of environment in the country, in India. So environment most logically includes human beings, it includes water, it includes air, land, other living creatures, plants, microorganisms, property, and their interrelationship amongst each other. Now, this was the outcome of the research that I had conducted. What are the commonalities, if anyone can think of any? I would ask myself if I can see a thread flowing through all of these factors that have been mentioned as part of the environment. There's a reason why I've underlined human beings, and that is because human beings are the ones who've come up with this definition to the term environment, which means that water is required for their survival, so now it is in the definition of environment. Air is required for their survival, so now it is in the definition of environment. Similarly, for land, other living creatures, plants, microorganisms, property, and that's another topic altogether, which I'm happy to discuss separately. All of these things are necessary human conditions for human beings to survive, and hence they form environment. But it is important to realize that human beings are but minuscule in terms of the timeline, in terms of their impact in universal environment. So a question that we must ask ourselves before we go on to decide what environment should be is that, is this a definition from 32 countries that covers everything that should be in environment? Is this how we want to define environment? If not, what is missing? And I want all of you to think about this for a minute while I go ahead. According to me, this news report that appeared in the Daily Telegraph a couple of years ago explains a lot. So there's an asteroid called Psyche 16. I don't know if you guys have heard about it. And I told you, I gave you a fair warning that I will be mentioning issues from astrophysics, but this is an asteroid which has 8,000 quadrillion pounds worth of precious metals, including gold, platinum, iron, and nickel. Now, NASA and SpaceX are planning to visit this, and hopefully or probably in the future, they will go and mine it as well. Now, I would ask you, would this asteroid come within the definition that I have just put forth? Would it come under human beings? No. Water? No. Air? No. Land? No. Other living creatures? No. Plants? No. Microorganism? No. Property? No. Their interrelationship? No. Now, if that is the case, and this asteroid is not covered, that means that there's something missing, right? Now, I would also ask myself, before this asteroid is mined and everyone's made rich and loads of gold and platinum and iron and nickel is brought back to Earth, and whenever this happens, I'm talking about decades, would any environmental law, policy, climate change action plan be engulfing the mining activities on this asteroid? The way we are currently, there won't be any, because we do not have any laws for this. So what I challenge all of you to think is that go beyond the definitions of environment, sustainability, atmosphere, water, land, everything. Go beyond the definitions that are given to us. I mean, challenge yourself. When this definition came along of the term environment in your country, in our country, in anyone else's country, did they have an enough understanding about the universe? Did they have an enough understanding about all the interactions that happen within environment for it to be a holistic definition, a substantial definition. Now, let's go a step further. If you think that, why are we claiming human beings and it looks a decently nice definition, why would you want to fiddle with it? I have two questions for you, and I want all of you to write in your answers if you can in the Q&A maybe. But the first question is, what are the 5 most common elements in the universe? Ankur, would it be possible to unmute a couple of panelists who are raising their hands? Or we could ask them to write their answers in the chat.
Hydrogen.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Hydrogen.
Okay, so hydrogen is 1, Dhruv says. What else?
Oxygen.
Oxygen, those are 2. What
Carbon.
else?
Carbon is on Earth, I know.
Carbon is 1, you're right. What else?
Potassium.
No, potassium isn't one of them.
Magnesium.
It isn't magnesium. Okay, I think Pearl has raised her hand, and then we'll go to Pranay, and then we'll carry on. Pearl and Pranay, you could go ahead with your...
Aluminium.
Sorry?
Aluminium.
No, it isn't aluminium.
Nitrogen.
Nitrogen, that's correct. I did not get the name of whoever it was.
It was me, Pearl.
All right, Pearl. Okay, so no more answers for now. Let me just wrap this up because we're short in time. So the most common elements in the order of decidency are hydrogen, helium, oxygen, carbon, nitrogen. Now, I'll have to fact check the last 3, but basically these are the 5 most prominent and common elements in the universe: hydrogen, helium, carbon, oxygen, nitrogen. Now, if you have to very quickly guess which are the 4 most common elements in human bodies, what would they be? Very quickly. Vanshika, please. Sorry, go ahead, guys.
Carbon.
Carbon, that's correct.
Hydrogen. Oxygen.
Oxygen. What else?
Calcium.
No, not the most common, but an integral part, yes.
Nitrogen.
Nitrogen, that's correct. What else?
Hydrogen.
Potassium.
Hydrogen, so that's correct.
Potassium.
So, no, it's not potassium. So I've got the 4 answers, guys. Let me remind all of you what the answers were. There was hydrogen, oxygen, carbon, nitrogen. Now remember, what were the 5 most common elements found in the universe? There's hydrogen, there's helium, which is an inert gas. We leave that aside. There's carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, hydrogen, oxygen, carbon, nitrogen for human beings as well. The point I'm trying to make here is that eventually you have to come to terms with the fact that human beings are actually just in a minuscule, insignificant part of this larger universe. And hence, universe that has existed prior to us, that will probably exist after us, is difficult to be defined. And at the cutthroat of science, you will see that we still are struggling with defining what dark matter is, dark energy is. There are a bunch of things that we do not know of. How does the event horizon of a black hole work? So on and so forth. Now, draw an analogy with that aspect of environment, with actual environment. So to give you an example, let's say, and this is another question for all of you, who, especially if you've read Sapiens by Yuval Noah Harari or any of the other books that are dealing with timelines, but imagine if this football field laterally on its x-axis represents the timeline of the planet Earth. Okay, so this is 0, 0, 0, 0, and then timeline of the Earth up till here, 0, 0, sorry, right? How long, where do humans come in onto this planet? Is it here the D, midline, the other D, goalkeeper's point, where defenders stand. What do you think? I'll take two answers. How long, where do you think human beings come in? Any idea?
In the right side, almost to the end.
Okay, who was that? Sneha. Okay. Anyone else wants to guess? Sneha says that it's on the right side towards the end. So almost now.
Sir, are you asking how long?
Maybe in the middle. Who was that?
Tavleen.
All right, Tavleen. So Tavleen says in the middle. Sneha says almost here. I think we're good for now with the responses. To give you an idea and to recapitulate this whole thing, if this is the timeline of the planet Earth, then human beings have been here for the equivalent to the width of a blade of grass, which is 1/16th of an inch. The reason why I'm telling all of you this is that humans have barely come into the picture. And then we go on to define things that are way beyond us, that have existed prior to us, that will exist after us. And hence, to expect us to be able to define something that is much larger than us, including environment, or at least regulate environment in such a way that we understand it, is a bit of a hard call, because you do not understand things around you as much as you'd like to. So how does this impact environment in real life? The fact that human beings have barely been here, but they're still trying to associate everything with their perceptions and understanding. Now, there are various environmental ethics approaches, and if you do join JSES, or if you do take a class at JSES at some point, you will know more about the various approaches. We take them in a separate course, but there's anthropocentrism, there's ecocentrism, there's ecofeminism, there's Gaia hypothesis. There are a bunch of these ethical approaches. Now, these ethics formed our laws and our customs and our traditions. Anthropocentrism is the most prominent, the most available, the most applied environmental ethic approach, despite the fact that none of us claim to be anthropocentric. Now, anthropocentrism quite literally means, anthro means humans, centric means center, and humans are at the center of it all. So environmentalism is limited to me being at the center of it all, and using everyone and everything around me as an exploitative, prospective exploitative natural resource, or a resource that could be used for my own good. The safeguards are limited to my own being, human being, and everything else is basically a resource. If you do not believe that anthropocentrism has been the biggest driving factor, I would give you 1 minute to guess the decade and the place in these photos. Can anyone guess where these photos are from? Which decade, which place?
Is it in the 20th century?
Sorry?
Is it in the 20th century?
Yes, but you'll have to be a little more specific with the decade.
Is it 1960s US?
Could you give me the city? That is correct.
It says Spam Airlines. I'm guessing, I don't know, Florida maybe. I'm very vague.
No, it's not Florida. Anyone else?
Is it New York City?
New York.
The most obvious guess, yes, but it isn't New York.
Is it Boston?
No. So again, we shortened time, so I'll have to rush through this. It's LA, Los Angeles.
Is it 1960s though?
Yes, it is 1960s. You're right.
Okay.
So 1960s LA, and 1960s LA basically was going through as terrible a smog situation as we are known for in Delhi. And 1970s saw this threshold watershed moment in environmental policy. So not just interventions in policy, but also interventions in technology. So you had catalytic converters, electrolytic converters, you had new exhaust pipes in cars. There was a lot of technology that was flowing in to control the pollution. And then there was a lot of policy intervention, especially in the US, because there was a federal law now where the states could set standards for emissions higher than the center, so on and so forth. So it was seen as this wonderful decade, the golden decade for environment, because so many things happened for environment in terms of interventions in policy, technology, research, so on and so forth. Now, what happened was, obviously 1972, the first major Stockholm conference happened. In fact, for those of you who do not know, 5th June is celebrated as World Environment Day. And that is celebrated as World Environment Day because 5th June was the starting date of the Stockholm conference back in 1972. And that was the first major international effort where this was discussed. Anyway, so my point is that even the best era in environmentalism, the early 70s of the US, happened because humans were fearing for their life. It happened because you had to wear these masks. Your kids were born with skin diseases such as emphysema, eczema. You could not see beyond 5 meters. And life was difficult generally because of the smog. So even the most celebrated, one of the most celebrated phases of environmental policy came because of anthropocentric approach, because we were being affected. It wasn't done because we cared for the environment, or environment should have lived better, environment should have improved, and so on and so forth. It was because our kids were suffering and our life expectancies were being reduced, and we could not see beyond 5 meters or whatever the distance was. So this is just to tell you how anthropocentric us as a civilization have been. And we discuss all of these things in more detail during the courses at JSCS. But the question here is, because eventually it all comes down to money, right? If it wasn't the generation living through the 60s, 70s that was that was to be blamed for the LA smog, because these people on your screen did not cause that smog. That smog was being caused from generations prior. Then why should they have to pay for it? Why should they have to spend their money to inculcate technology innovations, policy interventions, so on and so forth? And that leads to a very difficult question that all of us struggle with in environmental policy and environmental international relations even today. That how do you hold the previous generations accountable? And I do not have the time to go deep into all of these issues, but basically there is a beneficiary pays principle which says that anyone who has benefited from the exploitation of natural resources done by their forefathers or ancestors should pay. And that's where the global south and global north divide comes in, right? That's where developing and developed divide comes in. Correct? So most of our international negotiations, even today, are cruxed on the common but differentiated responsibility principle, which means that developed nations have to do more, developing nations have to do less, at least in terms of technology transfer and policy transfer. Now, I ask you that say you are sitting in Mumbai, you have a friend who's sitting in London. Both of you go to similar schools, are intellectually similarly placed, are equally interested in sports or not interested in sports. Basically, this person is, for all intents and purposes, a clone of yours and a very good friend of yours sitting in London. Now, tomorrow someone comes to him or her and says, you have to pay such and such money because your ancestors have polluted a lot. Put yourself in that best friend's position. Would it be fair to go to you and tell you that your ancestors had polluted and hence you should tell me how much? This is how much you're going to pay, right? Let's go to the biggest question. Say you have the money, okay? Say there is no global north-side divide. Say that, it's not a question of whether you should pay or not, or whether it is being unfair to your friend in London when he's asked or she's asked to pay. What is the biggest hurdle if you remove all of the other variables? And the biggest hurdle is money. And that's where the economics of environment comes in. And that's where it is so, so important to grasp this concept. Because it's not just for the economist or for the environmentalist or for sustainability CEOs. It is for each one of us to understand how these things work. And to give you a bit of an unrelated example, which I will cover, and I promise you it will make sense as to why I have taken this example. But these are 4 of the most famous skyscrapers in the world. I don't know if any of you have been to London, but this was also featured in the Sherlock series, the BBC Sherlock series. This is another one called Walkie Talkie. It was at one point of time the most expensive piece of real estate in this world, right? And glass skyscrapers are, aesthetically pleasing. You talk about the Manhattan skyline. I have lived in London and I know how people are, how much they're proud of these buildings, so on and so forth. But there is the point I'm trying to make here through the next couple of slides, and you just have to bear with me for 5 to 7 minutes and I'll rush through it. The point that I'm trying to make is that every action of yours, of your minister, of your local MLA, of the policymaker has a cascading or a ripple effect on environment. How does that work? To give you an example, and as I said, I would not be able to cover the length and breadth of the topic, but this should give you a fair idea. So let's take this building. You remember, it's called Walkie Talkie, one of the most expensive real estates in the world. This is a news clipping from CNN. There was a car parked opposite this Walkie Talkie building. And the heat that was reflected off this building was so much that it melted a Jaguar X-Ray, partially melted a Jaguar X-Ray. Now, I quite find this quote fascinating, that the owner of the Jaguar X-Ray said that it's absolutely ruined, referring to his Jaguar X-Ray. But now just think about this. These skyscrapers that we find aesthetically pleasing and we all want a corner office in are basically greenhouse rooms, right? Greenhouses, which traps a lot of the heat energy, because you remember that's how greenhouse effect works. And that's what happens in Earth as well. The ozone layer traps and the atmospheric layers trap the heat that comes from the sun and does not release it. Similarly, imagine that a glass skyscraper, which is reflecting most of the heat that comes in or light that comes in, was able to melt a car. Imagine how much heat is being trapped inside the glass skyscraper. And if there's a lot of heat being trapped inside a glass skyscraper, and obviously you have to work still in it, and you would not be able to work in it if it's too hot, then you just have more air conditioning, right? You just have a lot of these GHG emitting measures to keep everyone cool. And that's what's in the quotes in the slide, that you want to keep everyone cool, you don't want people to sweat, and hence you have more emissions. So something as disconnected as having skyscrapers can lead to a lot more greenhouse gas emissions than is otherwise understood. But why do we have skyscrapers in the first place? To give you a very, very quick overview, we have skyscrapers because eventually, when people started flocking to, say, a city called Bombay, right? There was only so much land, there were a lot of job opportunities. So people started building houses atop houses, and there came these multi-storied buildings. And obviously, this is a phenomena that has taken over the whole globe, but I'm only taking the example of Mumbai for everyone's understanding and convenience. One very small technical piece of information. There's this concept of FSI, floor space index. In the Europe, it's often called FAR, floor area ratio, which basically decides how much you can build on your tract of land. Okay. So to give you an example, if this is 1 square meter of area that you own.
Okay. Sir, are you talking about zoning regulations?
Yes, but I'm not getting into the details of zoning regulations, but yes, FSI as a concept that is used in zoning regulations.
Okay, so then.
Okay, so if this is, so I'm assuming some of you do know about FSI. FSI, if this is 1 square meters of space, right? And if this space is owned by you, then you'll have an FSI in your area that will dictate how much you can build on it. So for example, if you have 1 square meters of space, just give me a minute. Yes, if you have 1 square meters of space and your FSI in your area is 2, you could either build 8 stories of 0.5 square meters, or you could have 4 stories of 1 square meters, or you could have just 2 stories of 1 story of 2 square meters. So 2 stories of 1 square meter, basically. Now, the idea is that you will always be governed by the number of stories that you can have within your area, and that is decided by FSI. But FSI, like any other policy instrument, becomes very, very important when you're talking about environment, because each of these policy issues, remember, that's the point I'm making here, that every action of the government of yours will have a ripple effect on environment. These are the FSIs of various cities in India. Okay, Ahmedabad has 1.2, which means that you can construct 1.2 square meters, and this is a hypothetical example, 1.2 square meters of built up area on your 1 square meter of land, so on and so forth. I want you to have a look here. Mumbai, in the suburbs, it's 0.5 to 1, right? In the island city, it is 1.33, and there's a reason why it is so low. But remember, Mumbai is one of the biggest cities in the world, right? Then why is it so low? And we'll discuss this separately. But to give you an idea, Mumbai is 1.33, the island city. Comparable to even Indian metros, it is quite low. If you compare it with international metros that are at par with Mumbai, Hong Kong is about 12, so is Chicago, New York is 15, and I think Singapore is about 23. I could not even put it in my slide. So 1.3 is the floor space index of Mumbai, island city, island part of Bombay. Can anyone guess, and we have 5 minutes to go, so really quick answers, please. Can anyone guess what 48 square feet is, or what 50 square feet is? We're talking about FSI, we're talking about Mumbai. Anyone? What could 48 square feet be? Okay, so 48 square feet is the average space available to a single resident of Mumbai. That's the average floor space available to a single person in Mumbai. Would anyone want to guess what 50 square feet is? So 48 square feet is the average floor space per person in Mumbai. 50 square feet is the average floor space of a prison cell in the US. And that is to give you the stark contrast between how crammed up our metros are. If there's scarcity of space, the prices go up, so the rents go up, the slums go up, the suburban sprawl goes up, and transportation goes up. So how does this work? There's only so much space in Mumbai, right? Because the FSI is 1.3. If it were 23 like Singapore or 25 like Singapore, you'd have almost 25 times the number of people who could stay in Mumbai. But that's not the case. And there's a reason for it, which we cannot delve into today. So scarcity of space, which means that people charge higher rents. People can't pay, most people can't pay those rents. So what happens? They congregate in slums, right? Some people decide not to congregate in slums and they settle in suburbs of Mumbai, right? We're talking Mathiran, Thane. A controversial example would be Pune, which is Puneites, Punekers would not like the fact that I'm calling it a suburb of Bombay. But basically the point is that you have slums, people flock to suburbs. And once people flock to suburbs, what do they need? They need transportation, right? So something almost as disconnected as zoning regulations, the floor space index of a part of city that you probably do not reside in will have environmental impacts which will affect you. And then the question is, how do you value these environmental impacts? And I have about 2 minutes to go, so I'm going to rush through these. Slums have an environmental impact. They have a public health impact. They have sociological impacts. There is impacts on education, gender issues, various things, right? Similarly, suburban sprawls, we saw the RA case come to the news quite prominently in 2019, and all of those forests were being vacated because metro line had to be put to connect some parts of the suburb to the main city of Mumbai. And then we have transportation. We know that transportation has various environmental impacts, including direct health impacts as well. So I would argue that something that is as disconnected as an FSI policy, a floor space index policy, and you could take any other policy as an example, will still have environmental impacts that are plentyfold, that are manyfold, and very difficult to value. But an economist might come to me, and there's this whole concept of ecosystem services valuation, which I do not have the time to go through, but I'm happy to take these questions separately. Economist might come to me, or someone might come to me, and someone would tell me that, listen, it took X amount of money to fix the environmental state of a slum, right? Or it took me Y amount of money to fix the environmental impacts of suburbs. It took me Z amount of money to fix the transportation consequences of environmental impact caused by suburban sprawl. That's a hypothetical. It cannot be done effectively. And there's this whole concept of wicked problems by Weber from 1973, which I'm happy to discuss separately. That's a public policy issue anyway. So you can still argue that I've come up with a dollar figure for slums, for transportation, for suburban sprawl, but I want to extend this argument further for all of you. And why is the economics of environment so important to understand like this? What about the unliquidated damages? These are all liquidated damages. These are all damages that can be predicted. What about a case study that was conducted in the US, where the name of the case study was The Impact of Indoor Climate on Human Cognition, Evidence for Chess Tournaments, a working paper. Now, this paper studied the impact of environment quality dropping or improving on the performance of chess players, right? Now, remember, chess players are time constrained. They are very focused, very cognitively engaged. And what was noticed was the estimation results showed that a 10 microgram increase per cubic meter in PM 2.5 resulted in a 1.5 percentage point increase in the probability of a player making a meaningful error, with 10%, almost 10% larger error. So a 10 microgram per cubic meter increase led to that, which means that pollution also affects our cognition. It affects our focus. It affects our time sensitivity. And I have another case study that I can't go through right now, but I want you to think about why this is still a challenge in terms of valuation. Because you might say that I'm not a chess player and I stay in a garden and I don't have to worry about this. Pollution is not an issue. But think about the professions that are cognitively engaged, focused, and time sensitive. Think about stock market brokers, air traffic controllers, surgeons, miners. Think about students who are taking an exam in an exam hall, which does not have a good air quality, possibly because the main city nearby has low FSI, so all the pollution is increased. And your exam might get affected because of that air quality. Who do we blame? Take the example of surgeons. For those of you who have dabbled in law or are interested, might know that there's this whole branch called medical negligence. Now, if a surgeon makes an imperfect call or causes a 10% larger error due to air pollution, he has to now shell out lakhs of rupees or maybe more than that for the medical negligence he's caused. He would say, or she would say, that why should I be held liable? This was because of the air pollution. Shouldn't the government be held liable? Shouldn't the builders be held liable? Where does this passing the buck stop? And those are some of the things that you should think about. Economics of climate change, economics of beneficiary pays principle, economics of environment are not a 45-minute affair, I understand. And that's why the point of this session is to help you develop curiosity about this whole issue. I'm happy to take up any questions that you might have. And that's us for today.
Thank you so much, Professor Ishan. Thank you
so
so much. Students, if you have any questions for Professor Ishan, you can stay back and ask the questions. Otherwise, officially, this is the close of the day for us. We will see you tomorrow at 10 o'clock for the last day of the summer engagement week. So be there on time. I hope you had a wonderful day of learning. Thank you so much and see you tomorrow on the same link. For those of you who have questions, please feel free to stay back, raise your hands, we can unmute you, and even the chat box is open for you. All the best. Thank you.
So,
yes, Dhruv, hi.
Yes, sir.
You don't need to call me sir. Ishan is fine.
Okay. If something like this interests me, what sort of course do you take up at a university level?
So, what is your background, Dhruv?
No, so I'm in 11th now. I'm gonna start 11th. Yeah.
So we offer a course called BA in Environmental Studies. Okay. And this course basically deals with exactly what I taught you. I myself teach environmental policy, ecological economics, and a very cool course called Agitating for Your Environmental Rights, which is where we deal with the politics and media side of climate change.
Okay.
But BA in Environmental Studies at Jindal School of Environment and Sustainability is what I would be looking at.
Okay. And yeah, right, fine. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. All right, guys, you don't have to raise your hands. You've stayed back. This is a discussion chamber now. Please feel free to unmute yourselves and ask away. Okay, Netra.
Yes, I just wanted to ask you why skyscrapers and glass buildings are still built if we know that they are harmful, and they're so harmful that they can melt cars.
So, Netra, why are coal power plants still built? I mean, that's a question that...
Ma'am, with the principle behind the glass building, you just told us that it acts like a greenhouse.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
But
then
Netra, so I take glass skyscrapers as an example. There are everything that you see around you is working in the same function. So, why do we have SUVs when they are fuel guzzlers? Why do we not just have, four-seater cars that are a lot better? So all of those things are questions that these are, I want to stick to environment. I don't want to go into public policy or economics of it. But the point is that there is so much that needs upheaval in terms of our behavior. And in fact, I was reading someone's question as to why, anthropocentrism might be useful. And I completely agree. And I don't know if that answers Netra, but I will touch upon this a little later, and I'm happy to talk
Yeah,
about this.
it does give me the answer. Thank you so much.
Great. You've
So,
got.
so a friend of mine is a very firm climate change denialist.
I saw your question. Yeah.
Yeah. So, what would you say?
You're asking me how do we convince them? Is it?
Correct.
You should ask them to live for 100 years and see if that's possible.
I mean, that's a very bad answer because it's not going to change anything.
Yes.
Still not
so
gonna...
the thing is that the best way to deal with climate deniers is to give them facts. And how do you give them facts? You talk to them and you tell them that, listen, did you know that a 7-hour flight from London to New York, one seat on that 6.5-hour flight from London to New York, one seat is equivalent to melting 3 square meters of polar ice caps. That's a fact. It's been published by the Environment Protection Agency.
So the point is that even if I can present a lot of arguments for climate change, he'll come up and give me, he's a very good debater, so he presents me equal amount of opposite arguments. Now, I definitely do not have the capability to go fact check all of his arguments, all of his things. And basically, there's a sort of dispute that he believes he's right and I believe I am right. Now, I can show that there have been so many research studies and so that, and he can show me that there are so many research studies going the other way around.
So I would suggest that you gift him this book called The Uninhabitable Earth by David Wallace Wells, and hopefully that will help. And I'm always around, so you can always ask me how to go about any of the arguments that he has raised. I'm an environmental lawyer, by the way, so arguments are kind of my thing.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm not sure who's next. Pranay, are you next?
Yeah, sure. So like as you said that everything is in one way interconnected to each other. So for example, we all use, like, it's a practical question because we all use a lot of electricity throughout the day. And what do you think is the most, like, say, safest amount of electricity that we can use?
So I did not have the time to go into this during the main session, but to give you a bit of an introduction about me, I am by qualification an environmental lawyer. I hold a master's in environmental law and policy with a major in energy laws from Stanford University. And one of my Stanford professors, when I asked him almost the exact question, Pranay, he told me the cleanest form of energy is the energy that you do not use. So energy conservation is the cleanest form of energy. Do not use that energy. Now, how do you do that and how do you get people to not expend electricity is another question altogether. That's where economics of it, anthropocentrism approach as a means to an ecocentric end, a bunch of behavioral scientific things come into it. But I would suggest that do not turn on that light if you don't need to, or do not let that tap flow if you don't need to.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Anyone else?
So I have a couple of questions.
Yes, Neha.
So the first question was that in order to study environment in college, do we need to do science in 11th and 12th, or can we do humanities and still do?
Excellent questions, Neha. For BA in Environmental Studies that Jindal School of Environment Sustainability offers, you do not have to be from a specific stream. So you do not have to be from science or commerce or humanities. It could be any of them. So yeah, that's not an obstacle at all as to which stream you're coming from.
Okay,
let me also tell you, Sneha, why that is. That is because we, as I mentioned, cover environmental sciences, we cover environmental policy, we cover environmental economics and governance, range of other topics. So because we cover, it isn't a restricted to science course, it isn't a restricted to humanities course in terms of the subjects we teach, and that's why we do not have an obstacle in terms of who can apply.
Okay, sir. The second thing is, I feel like a lot of people in our generation, as we are getting more educated, we feel a lot of like climate anxiety because we know that there are devastating impacts happening in the environment. But at the same time, we feel restricted in ways we can contribute to the, to help control climate change, because this is something that needs bigger actions, like maybe from the government and stuff. So what do you suggest for that?
So I have 2 points there. One is that this is a paradoxical problem of climate change. It is a big problem, as you rightly said, but a big problem that requires small solutions. It does require big solutions as well, but it requires small solutions as well. So you might think that, what will happen if I start protesting in front of my school every Friday, right? What difference would it make? But the truth is, that's what Greta Thunberg did. And today, Greta Thunberg has changed the opinion of so many people. So it's your little things, if you can stop people from throwing waste, if you can ask people not to waste water. Again, to give you an example, I think last I checked, barely 0.1% of all water on earth is potable, fresh water potable. So we are in a crisis, absolute crisis, and that's why everyone needs to do their part, and that's why it is very important to take up, or to have the option of taking up sustainability as a vocation, as a profession, because in 10 to 20 years time, every conversation is going to be about climate change, sustainability. And as those conversations happen, and as private sector becomes very conscious of their reputation to appear to be green, as public sector is very conscious of the fact that these people will not survive if we do not have effective policies to govern environment, that's where a lot of people will start demanding professionals who come from the environmental space. And that could be environmental economists or policymakers or lawyers or so on and so forth. But that is why it is important to take up a profession that, one, will help humanity succeed or survive in the least, and two, will be the biggest profession in the next 50 years.
Okay, sir. I actually had another question. So there's a lot of like space exploration going on. Is space exploration actually helping anything about climate change on Earth or not? Because they say that they're trying to find solutions for climate change, or like an alternative planet or anything. So is that actually helpful?
So, Sneha, your call is as good as mine, but I am a very big believer in carrying on explorations. And I think that our most cherished discoveries and inventions have come from curiosity. And exploration is basically your way of channeling your curiosity. So you never know, we might stumble upon something that might be a solution. And you never know, we might be advantaging in something that might not seemingly directly relate to environment, but eventually might help us. So I would say keep on exploring and keep on being curious.
Sir?
Yeah, Yuvraj, please go ahead.
So one more question. So
Ishan is fine. Yeah.
One more question. As far as I remember, Trump was also a very big climate change denialist, and since he's the head of state of the United States, that would have had very important repercussions on how climate change was viewed in the country itself. Now, as far as I remember, recently US also exited the Paris Climate Change Convention or something. So
yeah,
all of these are going to have repercussions on how US a major factor plays into, like, so why hasn't there been an uproar from the environmentalists? And
so Yuvraj, I get your question. US did pull out and then it was put back in by Joe Biden. First of all, let me break the good news to you. Secondly, there was a humongous uproar in environmentalists, not just environmentalists, politicians. People were very unhappy with the way things were being conducted. This had, by the way, also happened in 1994 when the governments came together for the Kyoto Protocol and the US had backed out. But the truth is, and you probably have to go into comparative public administration as a study to understand how game theory works and how defections work. But this is all, according to John Nash, the Nobel laureate, is a game of climate. Okay, and he obviously did not talk about climate change there, but it is about a game that international governments play, right? And that's a separate topic altogether. So I'm happy to discuss that separately because that will take about an hour of discussion.
Okay, thank you. That answers the question.
Anyone else? Medika. Yes, Medika, I think you can talk now.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hi, Medika. Ishan is fine.
Sir, okay, but sir, I'm sorry, but I would call you sir only.
That's all right. Go ahead.
Sir, are there any good jobs kind for in the government sector regarding this environment? Because I believe government has a major hand in for fighting climate change.
There are jobs. There are going to be jobs aplenty in the environmental space, not just in the government sector, but also the private sector, civil society sector, so on and so forth. But since you ask about government, typically, what you'll see now, and you just have to read the news, every project has to undergo environment impact assessment, right? Every highway they build, every building that is constructed, factory that is constructed requires environmental impact assessment. And as climate change becomes more and more prominent, there will be other laws that will come into being. There are already a bunch of laws that deal with this. Last I remember, I think there were 453 laws in India that tangentially touched upon environment, directly or indirectly. So the point is that as this keeps going up, governments, every department of government or every ministry of government would require an environmental department. Because every project, every decision has to first go through environmental assessment. The way I told you about the FSI policy, the floor space index zoning regulation policy. Similarly, everything will have an environmental impact, and as it is today in the ministry for, I'm forgetting the name of the exact name of the ministry, but the Ministry of Highways and Infrastructure already has environmental consultants and experts in the department to help them with this. So there will be there are already a lot of vocational opportunities, professional opportunities available, and I'm only talking about government as of now. But think of every private sector organization, United Nations, Greenpeace, International Union for Conservation of Nature, World Bank, International Monetary Fund, Green Climate Fund, UNCTAD, all of these organizations, ESCAP, ASEAN, all of them will require environmental experts going forward.
Thank you, sir.
No problem. All right, guys. So if there are any further questions, you can always mail me, and I'm happy to answer any questions. You can also write to any of our team members here, and they would be happy to circulate the questions to me. It was a pleasure addressing all of you. I hope the conversations continue. And please do check out the Jindal School of Environment Sustainability website. I'm happy to clarify any doubts that you might have about it.
Thank you so much, Professor Ishan. Thank you so much, dear students. With this, we come to the close of the session for the day. Have a good day ahead. Bye-bye. We'll see you tomorrow at 10.